Okay. Okay. Yeah.
As the world holds its breath, two unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage, facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These two titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head to head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
The second game of the 2023 World Chess Championship match between Ding Liren and Nepomniachtchi. My name is Irina, Krush, and I'm joined by a man known as the Tiger of Madras, the five-time world champion from India, Viswanathan. Yesterday, Vishy, the game was a full-blooded fight that lasted for 5 hours and 49 moves and ended in a draw. However, when a game ends in a draw, there's often something known as a moral victor to the game. Do you consider that there was a moral victor from yesterday's game?
Moral victor is probably a bit strong in this case, but certainly Jan can feel that he probed Ding's defenses, and often you will do this multiple times before you get lucky. So certainly very positive for Jan. Of course, the same applies in the reverse direction. Ding can say, well, I defended a difficult position without problems. But at least the block didn't happen. People got space, and there were some interesting developments. And admittedly, while it is aligned with a hidden point, Jan did have one moment for conversion, so there may be a slight disappointment there for him.
Yeah. You know, in the press conference yesterday, I found it a little bit unusual that Ding, was quite forthright about his mental state during the game, and I think just overall, as the match was starting. And I mean, he was talking about, not feeling very well. As he started the game, he instead of being able to focus on the game, he was thinking about other things. He said, feelings and memories, and I mean, that was quite unusual for a player in a world championship match to be describing such a state. I mean, normally you would want to try to hide any uncertainty in your emotions. What do you think, Vishy?
I agree fully. My own attitude is always, this is not the stuff you go on about in public. And for me, it was, well, it's something that I would never have done. Often I would kick myself that my face gave it away, even though I was pretending. But Ding didn't even bother pretending. He just put his cards on the table and said, I'm not in a terribly good mood, and I'm wobbly, but hopefully, perhaps it doesn't matter so much. He just wants to be frank and get on with it, and he's claiming that he can still play a good game. And well, we'll see how it goes today.
Yeah, I mean, the other surprising news was that we heard that he checked out of the hotel. That's also that's very unusual, right? During a world championship match, once you're settled in, to suddenly realize, like, okay, I'm not as comfortable here, and just find a different place to stay. What do you think about that?
I have some stories from that, which is, I think, famously once in this tournament in Interpolis, Tilburg, where Kasparov broke Fischer's record for the first time. He checked out of they were given amazing cottages, and I can confirm because I played there in a subsequent year. These are really fantastic cottages in the woods. He said he couldn't handle the quiet. And so he checked out of that, moved into some city hotel. I think a clear downgrade in my opinion, but he moved into some city hotel and then started playing brilliantly. So, to each his own. I have the feeling though that, but I saw Ding and Richard at dinner yesterday.
Yeah.
So perhaps he keeps his options and he wants to be able to go there once in a while, but hasn't fully checked out. Again, I would have to say to each his own. I mean, once I'm very cozy in one place, I find it a hassle to shift.
Oh, definitely.
And you know, it drives me nuts. But like I said, to each his own.
Yeah, I think you know, it must be one of the most annoying things to pack up all of your stuff and take it out of the hotel. But yeah, I mean, if it's going to make you more comfortable for the rest of the match, I think it's fine. Definitely, I hope he maintains a strong mental state, you know, and just kind of like once the nerves of the first game are over with, that he's going to be feeling more confident today.
I think you have to get into this frame of mind where you think, it doesn't matter how I feel. My job is to be a professional and play the best chess I can. And if you can separate those two, then you can reveal your emotions as much as you want. But I found it helpful not to, look, your opponent is going to suspect it, but why confirm it?
Right.
That would be my attitude, but let's see.
So you try to give away as little as possible in your press conferences after the games?
Certainly not my emotions, though I hope over time I started to discuss the game a bit more and even discuss my feelings in the morning, but not my overall mood. Mm-hmm. Certainly, if I'm feeling down or depressed, you don't want to go on too long about that.
Yeah. Well, Vishy, let's talk about what we can expect for today. We actually see Jan arrive at the board. He's playing with the black pieces today. And it's always the big question of the day, what move are we going to see on the first move from Ding? What are your thoughts on that?
Having gone down in flames yesterday waiting for an English by Jan, I think today I'll just say that Ding is going to play some closed system. And I think he also wants to settle into the match, so he may go, if he's got a surprise, he might keep it a bit for later. He wouldn't get the information he needs, but as to what Jan has prepared in whichever system he's going to try. But the thing is that you feel comfortable with the tension, you feel comfortable sitting at the board, and you've started to forget that this is a special occasion and there's a lot at stake, and you try to play more freely. Maybe Ding will try to settle in. Also, ideally you would not have a bad result before the rest day, because it can make a rest day really miserable. So they may both just try to probe. But nonetheless, whichever he plays, he's going to seek out information, because his team will have to start probing as the match goes along.
So I guess I'm going to hazard a guess as to what opening we're going to see today. I'm going to say that Ding's going to play d4, and we might see a Nimzo. Yeah, well, I know. It's my guess. You got to put something out there, because, well, against d4, Nepo has been playing this thing that I don't know what you would call it. Was the neo Tarrasch, where d4, knight f6. Oh, I guess we can maybe. Oh, we don't have a board yet to show it, but yeah, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c5. He's been doing some of that. And I don't know, so I don't know if Ding wants to go into that. I don't know if he's going to want to play knight f3 on move 3, so maybe he would like to see what Nepo's got in the Nimzo, and maybe, at least actually I was even listening to Caruana's pre-match ideas, and he was saying there, like, if you go into a Nimzo, then it would be likely to be an e3 Nimzo, since there is still, you know, some room there for white to try some things out. So that's my guess for today. But of course, you know, that's nothing else would surprise me either. I mean, if he played c4, knight f3, that's possible. Although c4, he kind of has a bad memory with that move against Nepo, right?
Yes, but he should be able to put it aside, because after all, it was almost a year ago, and if he's prepared it for the match, he's fine. But you're right, c4 would again discourage the Tarrasch a little bit, and e5 is a specific response. It's not part of the overall complex, it's a specific response to c4, and that could be something that Ding Liren has found some nice idea. So it depends what you want to probe. The Nimzo observation is clever because of this, as you put it, the neo Tarrasch. That is quite a blocker these days, and it might be a nice way to avoid it. But nowadays, even the old, what do they call, the Carlsbad structures are back in vogue. So there's a lot of solid stuff. Knight c3, d5 is what I'm saying in the Nimzo instead of bishop b4 could be an option as well. One more thing, which is the F3 Nimzo comes to mind if it happens, but the Nimzo is an interesting guess. Let's see. You might be onto something. It came
to mind when you said that. I was like, oh, Anand Kremnik. It's the F3 Nimzo, right?
Yes, yes, that's right. I played an F3 Nimzo. I think Zhenya said this is the Barev.
Yes.
He said this is the strangest move that I could never have predicted from Anand or something like that. And I thought, okay, at least I got something.
Yeah,
at least I surprised Barev, if not Kramnik.
Yeah, well also Ding does have e4 in his repertoire that it seems that he's added in the last couple of years. I mean, actually, in his most recent games, he's been playing e4 a lot.
Yes, though it's very much an online thing, he does have the option. And a match is very similar to online, because online chess you play things that free you up a little bit. In a match you do it because you have so much lead time to prepare that you can cover up exactly like I played d4 against Kramnik. You have the time to make yourself comfortable. But stylistically, maybe Jan will be happy in very sharp e4 systems, but Ding Liren could already play e4 the way Magnus used to play it. Magnus goes much sharper these days, but once upon a time he used to have a way of dragging e4 into quiet backwaters and really probing. Maybe Ding will do something along those lines.
Yeah. Yesterday we didn't see the players a lot at the board, and there were some comments on that the players are spending a lot of time in the rest area. But I think the format of the room, it kind of invites the players to leave, right? It's not like a normal tournament where there's lots of games and you can walk around. I mean, here it's like you would be the only one pacing around, possibly even in your opponent's, in front of your opponent, kind of disturbing him, right? So it's quite natural, I guess, that the players are taking refuge in the rest area after they've made their moves.
Yes, it is nice. You don't want to stretch yourself a little bit and do things that are, get into poses that are perhaps not best done on stage. That's true, but once you've given the players the option, they are going to use it. And if you want to see them all the time, then as I say, you just don't give them the option. Or have a common waiting room. Have a common waiting room with the refreshments they need, but make it clear that you kind of expect them to come back more and be seen more.
Yeah.
That's a tough call. Again, the World Championship is generally, I would say, a very pampered setting. You're really cutting the players a lot of slack. Let's go back 30, 40 years. Players could take timeouts on demand. They had 3 wildcard timeouts. Can you imagine? It just wouldn't work in today's era. But once upon a time, they could take a timeout anytime they wanted and things like that. So that's been the tradition always, and we're slowly bringing it closer to the times. Anyway, here they are.
Yeah, Ding has arrived at the board. The players have shaken hands, and we're just a few minutes away from the start of the round. Very soon we're...
Quick question.
Yeah.
Is Ding a sideways knight player or a front-facing knight player?
Oh,
he's a sideways knight player, very much. Okay,
and you like
and Nepo, I'm very much. In fact, I never even realized sideways was an option. Have you ever seen a horse facing sideways through its own army? It's got to face the other one, right? It's going to charge that way. So for me, I never even realized this one was an option, and then I realized it was a thing. Like Gary would always turn it sideways. So they're both sideways horses, guys.
Yeah, they're in their typical poses. I mean, I guess Nepo chose this chair because he likes to swing around in it a little bit. Yes. And he definitely has like the more sort of relaxed posture at the board, wouldn't you say?
I remember the very, very first candidates match I played with Alexei Drev. And it's totally new to me. It was being held in Chennai, in my hometown. And Drev and I think it was Vladimiro who was there with him. They came and they inspected the chair and they inspected the lighting and sat down and said, this is comfortable, that is uncomfortable, the light is not clear, it's the wrong color, the tablecloth is glaring, whatever, what have you. It was very funny because I really couldn't tell, are they having us on or are they serious? But then I realized this is part of the ritual.
We got Ketty on the stage, and she's going to be announcing the guests who are going to be making the first moves today.
And today we have honorary guest who will open the game and make the first move. So I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Timur Turlov, who is also the general sponsor of the event, founder and the CEO of the Freedom Holding Corporation. Please choose the move. Thank you very much. And from here, the chief arbiter will take over. Thank you.
Okay. Good. D4. We're on. We're on.
Yeah. Okay.
Knight f6. Okay. Here
I'm
we are.
already so happy with the start of this game, Vishy.
There could be a nimso, or he could go for a straight g3 because he's not afraid of any Benonis. So
Okay.
e6 g3 as well solves the Tarrasch thing. So we'll see what
E6,
comes
you're
up.
right. So we could see a Catalan, which Carlsen played against Nepo quite a lot. But what do we have?
I think you're onto something.
Is it
I
knight
think
c3?
it is knight c3.
Oh man, what a
No,
great.
it is
oh,
knight
it's knight
f3,
f3.
sorry.
Oh wow, it's okay.
It's deceptive. Okay.
So he is. Oh, it seems like it's going to be a Catalan.
Anyway, so g3.
Okay. Yeah. So the Catalan is something that Nepo has a lot of experience in, and at some point, whoa, no, is that pawn to h3?
Oh, it's
Wow, wow.
wow. Okay, h3.
That is, I mean, that feels like it's like a report must have been working on this,
Yes,
on this
and-
opening preparation.
And Jan has permitted himself a nice big smile.
Yeah, I missed that. You said he smiled when he saw that move.
Well, just afterwards he sat there, rolled around in his chair, and there was a light smirk.
Yeah, no, I mean,
As in, you can't be serious.
right. I mean, when I saw
Isn't that McEnroe?
Ding was touching the pawn on the right hand side, I was sure it was going to be something
Yes.
standard.
Look, I said the same thing as well. I just said, oh, it's a Catalan because the hand seemed to be somewhere here. And then I saw h3 and I thought it's a typo before I realized, no, it's the real thing.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know if this move is a novelty. I mean, everything's of course been played in chess, but let's try to understand the ideas of this move. I mean, in which situations can it be useful, Vishy, and is it about one day maybe even starting an attack with the move g4?
Okay, I don't know what to say. h3, thinking of a few openings. Queen's Gambit accepted and Vienna's. I could take on c4 and h3 is a very useful move. In a semi-Slav, you could get away with it. What else should black play?
How about?
I mean, he could go weird and play a6 or something. The other thing is he could try to hold on to the pawn, but that would be out of character because your opponent, even though he's starting very early, he'll nonetheless have tried to think about every possible line his opponent could play and analyze it at least a few moves deep. And Nepo's starting from scratch, I would guess. Yes, there are a few games, not hugely popular as you can imagine, but nonetheless, it has been played a few times.
Yeah, it seems like the strongest player is GM Meskov's,
But he was white.
25-35,
Yes, that's right.
who has played this move as white. And other than that, I mean, we actually have seen this move quite a bit at the amateur level. So,
Yes.
players rated a lot lower.
Also, let's at the board, I would try to be pragmatic and not invest a lot of time trying to take too fundamental a decision. But since we have the luxury of sitting here, why not let our minds wander? So d takes c4.
Okay, so
Are
you
you
want
going
to
to
take
play-
the pawn a la Vienna.
Let's just go with it and see, yes. And if you play e3, I want to see where b5 leads.
Okay.
If maybe we can make that work, so b5.
You want to hold on to the pawn.
Yes. I mean, I'm trying to take advantage of this h3, but
Okay, so here I have to go probably a4.
c6.
And
You would take in
take
b3.
b3, yeah.
And if I go note boom style, a5,
a5.
bc4, b4, very double-edged. But the tension for black is, should you invest the time? Should you go down this? Because it's by no means clear for whom it will favor. If white gets e4 and d5 very fast, you might be lost very fast. So not at all a very practical decision. I don't expect it. But I'm dying to get home tonight and have a serious look at this. You know, since you can basically check these things out a lot, that would be nice.
So this move, what about c5 is no longer, I mean, how does h3 benefit white in these positions?
What was the alternative? After knight c3, if you played c5,
yeah, so if you
I could play h3 then. So
Right.
h3, c5, knight c3 doesn't make any sense.
Right, yeah, knight c3 won't
But
make sense, sure.
just take the knight back a second. h3, c5, c5. Now if I play c takes d5, see, knight takes d5 doesn't make any sense because the knight is not on c3
Oh,
yet.
you go e4 or
And
something.
yes, and if c takes d4, that makes no sense either because you're not attacking a knight on c3. So it might be discourages the Tarrasch, which actually then is just a different way of doing what Fabi seems to have spotted, which is that you want to avoid the neo-semi.
Right, so your point here is that we can just, because this knight is not hanging, white has the option of taking this pawn and then
taking here.
Yeah, and then this pawn. So basically with h3, okay, you're doing a waiting move and you're trying to make some of black systems less favorable.
Yes, well, so c5, cd5, there is ed5. But at least we have nailed this down, and it's actually quite significant because there are many, many positions where Ding Liren may want to go e3 and knight bd2 and just play b3. Maybe even after taking and play the Tarrasch. This isolated pawn structure is what we call the Tarrasch, by the way. But play this with e3, and by delaying the knight, you give yourself a lot of options. So already c5 is not attractive for Jan because he doesn't know the consequences of cd-ed. He doesn't know if there's anything he ought to be worried about or not. And so that makes it a slightly harder choice. Then let's look at c5. g4 might make sense, as you mentioned earlier.
Oh, wow, that would definitely spice things up. Okay.
You know that instead of knight f3 on move 3, well, you must have seen it, right? g4 has been a thing recently. It's nuts,
Really?
but there are people playing e4.
Like
g4.
in this position,
Yes.
right here.
You should be able to find some games with this. One sec. Yeah, there is.
Wei Mamedyarov. Okay, actually.
Yeah, Mamed has been doing this and so on. So now imagine the h3, g4, you get a better version of it. The point is, again, this is brilliant for us because he's gotten Jan to think about, I don't think h3 is going to seriously scare anyone in the long term. But today, it's a great choice because it forces Jan to make up his mind at the board and decide what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great choice just to create a game and get your opponent completely out of their preparation, right? I mean,
Correct.
Well, let's look at this move, the most solid move, like in the style of the Queen's Gambit declined. This obviously cannot be a bad move, right? So where is white going after this? I mean, are we just going g4? Or
Here against bishop e7, I can't bring myself to suggest g4, but I might say that bishop f4 and e3 is quite reasonable. Or even c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f4, because you have already wasted a move with bishop e7. So are you going to go back to d6? Then, if you play knight h5, I have given myself a retreat square on h2. Again, nothing is too difficult a problem to solve, but he's just asking Jan to do it at the board fresh. And brilliant choice, actually.
Yeah, it's a real crossroads for black because like pretty much every move is reasonable, but you're like stuck here thinking, you know what, where do I want to go?
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think there's any player on earth who'll play h3 and sit at the board? I think you have to play h3 and swagger off as if I've got you.
Yeah, well, he knows that Jan is going to be thinking for a while on this, right? So it makes sense for him to go off. Okay, so probably the move that I think that we're not going to see is something like that.
c6, what's wrong with it? You mean just that I can play e3 and I have not yet committed the knight to c3, so that weakens a lot of the arguments for the Meran, right? b5, b4 doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and just because I think that then he's like more likely to go into these things with g4. So, okay, well, let's try. I guess I would say bishop e7, yeah, that would probably be like, to me, the safest move. But certainly this move is like very principled, right? It's just the most principled move in the
I mean, I'm going with the e3, but maybe there's something else planned. Maybe queen a4 check.
Queen a4.
Which used to be a thing with knight c3, but here it's strange. But again, I would say, when I go queen a4, takes c4, with the knight on c3, you're begging black to play b5, b4. So it's quite significant that the knight is not on c3, because a lot of lines have to be done differently. So what has Jan done?
Well,
because he's left the...
Oh, he's left the...
let's just go back to the red one.
Oh,
yes, it is
took
d
the
takes
pawn.
c4.
Yeah,
Yes, d
okay,
takes
there
c4.
we go. So he did go for the most principled move.
Yes.
And now we're going to see whether Ding is just going to go e3 to pick up the pawn, or at least try to pick it up, or go queen a4, stopping these b5 ideas. I don't know, I think queen a4 is interesting. I think that could be...
But still, I mean, we've been praising h3 no end, but it is not a move that's fighting for the center. So my old idea of chess would have been that there should be a way for black to nail this. So let's see what that could be.
I mean,
we can swap queens with queen d7, queen takes c4, queen c6, because there is no knight on c3. But he's happy to play an endgame as well. And I think rightly so. After queen c6, maybe knight bd2? Must be pleasant-ish for white, right?
Yeah, okay. That is probably not going to worry Ding too much. So let's see if we just go with the standard move c6 here and see how is this measure up to these usual positions where like black plays b5?
h3 might be useful because there are lines when I can go e4, e5, and you don't have knight g4. I mean, very vaguely. But wouldn't you play knight bd7 and a6 after queen a4 check?
Queen a4 and knight bd7.
7, queen takes c4, and a6. Maybe even b6, just to play bishop b7 quickly.
So you want to go b5, bishop
C5.
b7 and c5, and just have like a very comfortable game. Yeah, a4.
I'm leaning towards
ugly.
e3, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
Ding might play quite fast.
Yes, because I mean, he definitely. This is certainly one move that he's looked at because it's just the most most principled answer for black. So his response is going to come quickly.
E3.
Okay, so he went for e3.
Yeah, g3 would be the strangest Catalan ever.
Yes, and now it's interesting. Wait, so black doesn't even have to hold on to the pawn. That's the thing, right? We're basically transposing into kind of a queen's gambit accepted.
With h3 instead of knight c3. But that is important because it's generally thought, right, that if knight c3, then it's equal. Because you get a6, b5, and well, nowadays there are some e4 sack lines which keep the game going, but delaying h3.
So c5 really is the most solid move. I mean, certainly this is just a decent version of a queen's gambit accepted, because you're saying like, okay, white's playing some system with h3, and h3 just cannot be such an amazing move, right?
Yes, if you think about a normal queen's gambit accepted, d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6, you would take on c4, you wouldn't play h3.
Right.
So,
yeah, and you can just play this position with like knight c6.
But I can't see anything obviously wrong except that you've committed h3. You castle, you make all the moves you want without a thing. And the black also has some decisions to make. What do you think? Maybe the queen's gambit accepted ending might be a thing? c5, bishop c4 if I go a6.
Okay, right now if you go a6, right?
I'm trying to play a6 without knight c6. But maybe you're right, I don't know.
Well, yeah, knight c6 is like a popular way to play without a6, like knight c6 castles. And actually, you know what I'm curious about? Can't we go into maybe even...
Isolani.
Yeah, because I mean the move h3 is not very useful in these positions, and then just kind of go like bishop
Oh,
e7.
this is actually Mateusz Bartel against Moreno.
So that seems like a possible idea for black, but yeah, I mean, the queen's gambit accepted is not really part of Nepo's repertoire, so in that sense, maybe he's just trying to get him out of, get him into like slightly more unfamiliar territory with this opening choice. And of course, the big alternative is b5, right?
Yes, but...
You don't think he'll be doing that?
it's very foolhardy to even bother, because you're basically saying, I'm going to spot you computer odds. Even if you have run the engine for a couple of minutes, and I'm sure Ding could have run it for even more, he's basically saying, come on, give it to me. Unless miraculously Jan has prepared the same line himself with white for something, and that would be a very weird coincidence. But okay, c5 seems to have been.
Yeah, he played c5. So we're going to get into this Queen's Gambit accepted, and it's interesting to see, you know, how Ding plans to use this h3 move. And okay, Nepo's answering quickly now, and he goes for a6. The main setup. Ding is still playing quickly, so he just castled. And right now we do have some games in this line, but they're really not from like top players.
And they are quite some time ago. I don't know if there are any recent ones.
So right now, Black is basically being invited to play b5, right? That has to be the most principled move, because it's the reason why White often plays a4 to stop this move. So b5, and then it's a question. Well, which, I suppose bishop b3.
Or bishop e2, right?
Bishop e2.
Just to play a4 somewhere and probe that queenside thing. Maybe I can start with cd4.
Instead of b5, going into this, yeah.
Because I'm kind of putting you on the spot and asking you if you're going to take with the knight or the bishop, or the pawn. Because if you take with the knight, then we're in the well-known Queen's Gambit line, where instead of b3, you've played h3.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And maybe that's something he'll try to compare to, which means that if I now play bishop d7, you're going to be one move slower playing bishop b2. So you could develop knight c6. It
definitely looks very solid for Black.
Maybe the problem for Black even is there are too many moves which don't seem obviously wrong, and then you have to pick one.
So after e takes d4, we're going to get
into e7, let's say.
Queen's. We're going to get into isolated pawn position.
Though after bishop e7, I would have time for queen e2. But if you play knight c6, I cannot play queen e2 easily, right? Unless I'm going to sack the thing, which seems premature.
So this should be like just a very comfortable position for Black, right? Because
bishop e7,
these moves are not very helpful for White in these structures, and also you're often like preventing a rook lift to the h3 square in the long run. So it's kind of,
that's a good point, Irina. Rook g3 is still possible, but rook h3 is off the table, which it's a bit of a relief, isn't it?
It's like when you learn about the isolated pawn positions, it's like one of the things you learn is like the pawn never goes there, right? On
the other hand, the modern way of playing chess is when you can't think of a good move just to play h4. Would be a tempo loss here.
Yeah, well, I guess there are some positions, in the isolated queen pawn where you are going h4. That's right. That's one way of attacking, but
so far I like the nature of this match very well, very much. Jan went for rook e1. Bishop takes c6 early, rook e1, some obscure sideline. They're really just playing chess with. There are no principled opening battles, because both have concluded that that's not the direction they're going to do. So far, it looks like we're going to be exploring entirely new areas. We're going to be exploring lines where maybe just 4 to 5 games at most have been played in history, and that if that's the flavor of the match, I'm all for it.
Do you feel that Carlsen introduced that kind of approach to the openings? Because certainly when he came around, all these like sidelines appeared and completely new treatments of position and less of this like computer-based long lines. That was one of the things that was associated with like his approach to the openings. Do you feel like, do you feel like he was like the first player to kind of bring that?
Maybe he was the first player to have a huge impact there. I'm pretty sure that people like Rapport and Morozevich and Jobava have done these things before him. But Magnus had this just unbelievable way of finding sidelines that had a little bit of venom and completely sidestepped his opponent's preparations. When we're talking, it was years like 2012 and 13, he was just phenomenally good at this. Then he went through a period where he started playing the very sharp lines, mainline theory, all that. And recently, yes, he has joined this race. I can't, I mean, we'll have to look position by position and see. My feeling is there have been other guys there first. I mean, Rapport has pushed every rook pawn to every square on the board, and well before anyone else. But maybe we can even say that H3 has got that Rapport touch to it.
It certainly feels like, yeah, that was his work. Yeah, so Jan basically has to decide now whether he is going to go for an IQP position or whether he's going to go with B5, since that is a logical possibility to get the bishop out on the long diagonal. And, or I suppose there's knight C6, but what do you think about this move, Vishy? You can also just develop the knight, right?
Yes, and then let's say knight C3.
Yeah, and then,
or no, or
yeah.
D takes C5.
Yeah, you can play this endgame, and so.
But this ending with knight C6 committed might. Well, it's just a Vienna, isn't it? If you go knight C3, the only thing is, can you play knight B2 and B3 and show that delaying knight C3 makes a difference? Because otherwise, it's just a Vienna with the H3 thrown in, so that can't be too dangerous. But
I mean, if you're Nepo, he's definitely wants to keep the game, I think, a little bit more interesting and probably not allow this queen trade, right? So, I mean, would these two moves be like the main ones that you would consider?
Knight BD7 comes to mind.
Yes, knight BD7 is a little sharper.
Though I don't know if A4.
Yeah, you can go back to this, right? Because you no longer
If I play
this.
B6, you might just go D5, right? I mean, you might just go D5 here. Well, it's pretty easy. I would take twice, move the rook, but you know, who knows what the evaluation is, because I have a centralized queen, rook D1, knight C3, this kind of stuff. But yeah, white's bishop is a problem. So.
Yeah, probably.
Or
black
rook A7,
is quite okay, yeah, with bishop B7 and just kind of develop and have the bishop pair because of this lack of development for now.
Or you could go A4, B6, knight C3, bishop B7, and then D5.
A4, B6, knight C3, bishop B7, and then
D5. And maybe that's unpleasant, right? Because if you take everything, then you have this knight on D7, which is looking kind of slightly sorry.
Okay, let's take a look at this. So queen D5 and bishop E7. And now you kind of wish you could get your bishop somewhere, but.
Probably I'm going to have to stop your castling first.
Yeah, and it's a little bit awkward since I can't play queen C7.
You could go rook A7 so that you can castle. And then I can go bishop D2, castles, bishop C3.
You managed to
pretty
get your
pleasant,
bishop to
isn't
C3
it?
pretty
I
early
mean, you
on.
can go queen C8, yes.
In the analysis, yeah.
Sorry, yes, I catch your point.
Joke,
yes, well, maybe I've got a bishop C3 complex, but anyway. But black is also pretty solid. I can go queen C8, rook E8, knight F8, that kind of move, and maybe just a tad more comfortable for white.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it looks always nice when your bishop points at the king and you got the centralization. Like this position, I would say, at least you can feel slightly happy about.
It's a success for H3.
Yes.
Okay, so not knight BD7.
Yeah.
Maybe CD4, ED4, bishop E7.
Yeah, I think going for the IQP is like really very logical. And okay, Jan is still thinking, so it's interesting that this has all put him into thought for so long. So Ding already has like a 16-minute advantage. CDED, bishop E7. Okay. So what is the plan here? How are we going to use this move and like not make it be a liability for us? Are we going to go A4 or are we going to just go knight C3?
This is very tough for me to answer because I can't think of a line where an IQP line without knight C3. I mean, knight BD2 really makes no sense in an isolated queen pawn thing. And if you play knight C3, what have you gained? All you've done, you've played H3 first rather than second. So this is a hard one for me. He could delay it as long as he wants. He could go queen E2, rook D1. So that black never gets in B4, kicking the knight. But at some point you have to play knight C3 to play D5.
Well, do you think that maybe like somehow this is still the point? Maybe it's not the IQP that he's after.
That is possible, but then let's say I go bishop D7. maybe he'll just play b3, knight c6, and come knight f3
Yeah,
back, and then play bishop
exactly.
b2, knight b2, and that setup he's happy to probe.
Maybe like this. Yeah, I mean, just to explain to people this move, because it's maybe not so obvious, but
You're just avoiding the trade, and
Yeah.
you're saying that black's queenside knight on c6 and the bishop on d7 are fighting for the same squares. You can see that the bishop is blocked by the knight, so to speak. And maybe black is just a bit cramped.
yeah, these positions that you can at least outplay somebody in, right?
Yes.
Make some sense. I mean, h3.
I think they're pretty equal, and
Yeah.
but they're not harmless. So
Right. So I mean, h3 is at least not like a harmful move for white in this type of structure,
Yes.
like it is in the IQP.
So instead of bishop d7, I could play bishop e7, which is very much in the spirit of the b3 line. I
And
mean,
we
there are
go
tons of games with b3,
here. Yeah.
castles, bishop b2, b5. And because your bishop didn't start out on e2, you don't even have time for bishop f3. If you go bishop e2, I'll play bishop b7. And this is as equal as it looks, I think.
So I guess this is, well, oh, sorry. So where do you want to go with the bishop? Bishop e2?
Yes, and then
Bishop
but
e7?
normally, I think there were some games with bishop f3, rook a7, and then white had started with bishop e2 instead of h3. So I'm trying to find some line where h3 is a tempo down for white.
So here, I guess, like let's say I go knight bd2, you go knight bd7, right?
Yes, or knight c6. Knight bd7 is fine. I guess.
bd7. Can I?
a4.
I'm never going to have any pressure if I do that. I mean, you're probably just going to take, aren't you?
Well, if you take, then you are very similar to, let's say, Jan's own game against Gukesh, because they'll take twice, and then you get to put a knight on c4, black gets to put a knight on c5. I think Gukesh had the pawn on a5 and the bishop on b4. So you get this, let's call it a knight mass on c4, d4, and it's practical rather than anything else. He's gone knight c6, okay.
So let's go back, knight c6. Oh, sorry. Yeah, knight c6 here. Okay, so he's allowing the endgame. A little bit surprised by his decision, but certainly.
Also, it
one
doesn't
of the
have to be an
normal
ending,
moves, yeah.
because here, if d takes c5, I can play queen c7. If the knight was on c3, you could play knight a4 and defend it. Here, you don't. There's no point. So I could go queen c7 if I wanted, but then you get b3, bishop takes c5, bishop b2.
Here,
And
here,
I'm asking you what your queen is doing on c7.
c7 and
why not on d8 and why on c7?
yeah, and also you have to kind of, I don't know if this is really a threat, right? I mean, actually black
Not
can
right now,
probably
yes,
castle.
you can castle, but I'll go knight b2 and then. Okay, Jan has left the stage, but Ding doesn't seem to have realized it yet. Here the queen looks kind of misplaced on c7, to be honest.
Yeah. Do you think in these positions, do we want to start moving this pawn eventually? Or is that just rook c1 for now?
My instinct is not to touch that pawn, because I want to play is bishop d3, knight e4, or queen c2, knight e4, and that pawn takes away that square. So we'll have to see how.
Like that.
I'm sure there's a circumstance where e4, e5 is worth it, but I'm not sure it's here.
I feel like here we get the first kind of interesting question from Ding of what he's after.
Yes.
Right, in this Queen's Gambit accepted with h3, like whether it's this endgame, whether he's going to go knight c3. But I think, after knight c3, the point is that now black can take, right? Or can we still go for, actually, knight takes d4 and play this isolated pawn position with the trade of pawns?
That's true, but if I went bishop d7, again, you're going to claim that knight f3?
Yep, yeah. And you're saying that my knight on c3 is not as good as it would have been on d2.
Yes, I mean, I'll play bishop e7 and play b5, b4 even somewhere.
Yeah, here it's hard to really feel like white has. Well, hold on.
Or I could go
this-
queen c7 instead of bishop d7.
Yeah. What if I try my one active idea? Here we go.
Okay, queen c7. Just one second. If I played b5, what are you going to do?
I was going to go bishop d3, and then I was hoping this isn't too strong. I think I can survive that
Okay, but
one.
now if I go queen c7, maybe queen b8 is a better move. I don't know, but
Okay, let's try something. Okay, so you're stopping e5.
the thing is, I want to play bishop d6, but here I'm walking into bishop takes b5. So just wondering how to get that.
So
whether which is
I
the
need
right
to
order.
just get e5 in. Of course, At some point,
Maybe
you
just
didn't-
rook
yeah,
e1
you,
here,
You didn't
rook
want to go
e1.
b4, yeah? You didn't want to like kick my knight to like
With my knight on
a4.
c6,
Yeah.
it didn't feel brilliant. I mean, you go knight a4, bishop e3, and that is actually what you
Yes.
want. So maybe that's why suddenly instead of bishop d7 on move 9, I would try queen c7. That way I don't commit that bishop yet.
Instead of bishop d7 on move 9, here we go.
But wait a minute, 1 second. What happens if knight takes d4 here?
Knight takes d4, ed.
But here I'm faster. I get b5 and bishop e7 then, right?
And then there's really, yeah, I don't get the square at all. Yeah.
Because normally your bishop would be somewhere else, but here, thanks to h3, I'm a bit faster. What has Ding
He
Liren
played
done?
knight c3.
Okay.
So basically, now we're considering this move, right? Is that kind of like the main idea? Or b5 is still possible. Where's the bishop going to go on b5? Just bishop b3?
Okay, bishop b3, I go bishop b7.
But maybe now I can do this?
Okay, ed5. And either knight a5 or c4.
Yeah.
You have
And
to
you're
take.
going to be very happy here, aren't you?
Yes, queen f6, bishop
Yeah.
c2, and
Yeah, this is not
knight e5
yeah,
or
yeah,
rook
yeah.
8, yeah.
This is a good way to be worse as white, you know. The more passive bishop on c1. Okay, so b5 possible, and I mean I don't really see. I don't really see why we would go here, you know.
Because you want to play d takes c5 and knight e4.
Yeah, but the problem is you're gonna take, right?
But then I take.
Yeah. you
And that
take.
looks normalish.
Yeah, but look at that tempo we're gonna get. It's another tempo, and we already got this.
Yes, but.
But you want to go back to b1 or something, yeah? Or like.
Probably yes, or bishop e2 because I'm threatening a4.
Yeah.
Ah,
well,
you go
actually,
here. No, if you go here, I'll play a3.
A3. Let
Yeah.
me start with this first, and then bishop b7.
To be honest, suddenly I'm not very impressed with h3 because we're missing a crucial tempo everywhere. But
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, this decision to go into the Queen's Gambit accepted. It was a very, very solid approach by Jan. Yeah, I mean, he's taking his time. It's maybe not the kind of
he's gone
position,
b5 pretty fast.
Yeah, that he's like, that he's maybe counting on playing before the match. But I mean, yeah, he realizes that he's basically in a mainline opening with white having played a not very useful pawn move on the side of the board. So he plays b5, and now we're going to get to see where this bishop should go. So I guess I'm still going to bet on bishop b3. Let's see Ding. Ding is how quickly he's going to answer. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be clicking around, should I? Here we go. So where is he moving that bishop?
Bishop d3.
D3,
indeed.
I think, right? Yeah, bishop d3. Okay, interesting. So let's promote that. Yeah, well, if I were black, I would 100% take this pawn.
Okay, so you went take bishop knight b4, for instance, right?
Bishop
Maybe
b1?
bishop e2.
b2, okay.
Well, I want to try a4 then.
So maybe here, a4, and if I take check, okay, I'll go bishop e7 for now.
Knight e5.
Okay, now you're kind of making me go
Bishop b7,
Bishop
but
b7.
still, and then a4, yeah. Now
yeah, and
a4.
then you want to get this move in before I get to castle, yeah. Because
But wait, I castle because I'm going to counterattack g2, right? So I castle.
okay.
So at least I can take on a4 if I want without giving you a
Yes,
check.
yes.
Then
Yeah, then the point is that the rook is hanging, and when you trade it,
you could go rook b1 because you're going to win a pawn, but I might have great composition,
wow.
right?
you actually
maybe-
are going to win. Are you
And
gonna
maybe knight a2 is a good composition already.
knight
Because I'll
a2?
get the bishop.
Yeah.
You could play bishop takes b5.
It's like,
I take on c1. And maybe queen b6 and start
Yeah.
Queen b6, you have knight c4. It's not a hugely impressive pawn, but it's a pawn nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this position is quite difficult for white to win.
Yes, maybe this knight a2 was too clever by half. Let's go back and rook b1 and see if I can do something more useful. I could go knight c6.
And then we take on b5.
Okay, he has actually done something. Let's see what he's done.
He's played bishop b7, so he's not going into
cd4 just yet. Where the red one is.
yeah. Bishop b7. Okay, so he's giving Ding some options here to avoid the isolated pawn. And I guess this is the main move, right? But
I could also go play a4 here, right?
b4, and then you want to go
Knight
knight
d4.
d4.
But then you have knight a5 maybe.
Let's see. Actually, I'm still curious, like how Ding is playing quite quickly for now. Most of his time that has ticked down is just because he's not at the board when Jan makes his move, so it takes him a little bit of time to come back from the rest area. But other than that, yeah, he's been playing at a fast speed, and he just made the move you're suggesting, Vishy.
Yeah.
a4. And I mean, I do think it's like, it's a nice sign for Ding that he's playing so confidently and so quickly, right? I mean, I don't know, maybe there's no advantage in the position, but you know, just the speed at which he's playing things means that he's still in his preparation.
Yes. Or my feeling is these kinds of positions, because every move black can deviate so much and it's entirely new territory. I don't think your preparation is thorough, but it's broad. You have an idea here and there, and you kind of try to get a sense of when to play a4, when to play knight e4, when to play b3. You try to develop a feeling. I don't know how thorough his analysis could possibly have been, because like on every move there is so many alternatives, but this is a very typical idea. You first get the pawn to b4, then you play knight e4, and what white is sort of saying is that I've got weaknesses all over the queen side. There are holes on c4, b5, b6, and potentially there's some scope for you. But I like the move knight a5 here. It's a typical idea in similar positions, and here it seems to work quite nicely.
Oh, let me try to figure out the ideas. It has to do with the weakness of this square, doesn't it?
Yes. So if knight takes c5,
Yes.
I can take, I can go knight d7, I can go queen d5, I can go bishop e4, so lots of ideas here.
So pawn takes, and you're saying knight d7 is an idea. What else? Rook c8.
Queen d5.
Queen d5. You're going to get the pawn back, and this knight is quite strong on this square, yeah, because of the weakness
annoying.
of b3. Yeah.
You could land on b3 and take.
It's okay. Choose a move here for black, so we can see where
Okay,
this
let's
leads.
try knight d7.
Knight d7. Okay. Okay. So yeah, actually, you want to get two knights pointing at that square. And given
But maybe you
this
go
bishop
bishop
d2,
e2, bishop
or
e2, knight takes c5, bishop d2, attacking the b4 pawn, and
yeah, I can start like this, I guess. Or is it
I was
bishop
then
f3
afraid. I
or-
was afraid. Thinking bishop f3 might
Yeah.
work.
Okay. Bishop e2, knight c5, bishop d2. But you're gonna sack. Wait.
Knight b3. Yes, I will sack the
You will
exchange.
sack the exchange, right? That's your idea. But let me see how I'm gonna do this.
Not much of an idea, but it's mine.
Okay. Okay. If I go this way, if I want to get the queen trade.
Okay, bishop takes b4. How do you get the
Yes.
queen trade? You
Oh,
either
I
take
don't
the
get
exchange
the
or
queen.
you don't.
Oh, I
yeah.
can't. Oh, I can't trade the queens because then you save your rook. And I just lost a pawn. Oh, that's unfortunate.
No, the thing is you'll have difficulty castling, and it's very long-termish.
Yes. So basically, you're saying like this,
Queen takes
and
a1, and
yeah, and white has achieved, a major success in chess, which is stopping your
I'd
opponent
be
from
pretty
castling.
happy here, and it's almost risk-free as far as I'm concerned. So
So let's go back. Let's see what else can happen after a4. Okay, so b4. Yeah, this is definitely the most likely move. Knight e4.
by the way, knight d7 wasn't necessarily conclusive or anything, but
Yes.
look, we'll explore a lot of options and get to details
Okay,
later.
knight d7. Okay, let's see what else we can do.
We could do knight e4. Instead of knight d7.
Knight d4. Yeah, taking is not going to be that great for me with this kind of weak square.
Right, but you could go queen c2 here. I go queen d5. But somehow I'm not very comfortable here. Maybe c6. Force you to take with the bishop and then play knight d4, something like that. Then if I'm getting some freedom.
Even that doesn't look so bad for black, does it?
Now I could
I mean, having this option is always very nice. And
no,
also,
but here I
wait,
could.
Also, there was nothing I could do, right? There were no discoveries with this knight, I guess.
Okay, hang on a second. Let's go back 1 second. Instead of knight d4, is rook d1 worth anything?
Rook d1.
Because I can discover all over the house. You could also have taken with the queen on c6. So.
Like that. Yeah, that looks solid. Actually, I do kind of like that.
Oof, lots of ideas here. So
Okay.
knight e4 was one
But
move.
yeah, knight e4. Okay, it's a little dramatic. Let's try this knight d7 again. So we looked at bishop e2.
It looks a bit weak to me.
No,
Bishop e2. I'm just wondering if I
Yeah.
can do something a bit faster. Knight d4, knight takes c5, bishop e2, or how about bishop d2? Were we completely sure? I mean, I saw bishop takes f3, but is this completely clear? Let's just try bishop
Bishop
d2.
d2. Okay.
So you play bishop takes f3, g takes f3.
Yeah, you can't take with the queen because that wins.
Even
the
then, I'm not
bishop.
sure because I can play queen g3, and you've got work to do.
The king is a bit weak, but okay. Like g takes, knight takes,
And then bishop e2.
and then you have this constant.
I could win the pawn with bishop takes b4, knight d3, bishop a5, but maybe you're happy there. You'll have good compensation at the end. Knight d3, bishop a5, maybe even queen g5 check first. And, but
King
you
is
could,
a bit weak, yeah.
and I could
I
play
guess you
knight.
could castle. I mean, maybe just
Yes, queen a5, queen d3 castles must be just about equal.
yes. Okay, so bishop d2. Let's see what else we can do. So if you take, basically the idea is you're going bishop e2, and then the question is how we're defending the pawn. We didn't even look at queen b6, which just seems quite simple.
Same.
Maybe we just do that.
Okay, queen e1.
Queen e1.
I mean, this is very speculative, but
Yes.
if knight a b3, I want to play bishop takes b4, knight
But
takes
then
a1, and a5. And once
Okay.
you move your queen, I take on a1, and then.
Okay, that's interesting. But let's go into that.
Or maybe start with a5 here. Hang on, start with a5. So you'd go queen d6, but then I could even go rook d1.
So
because
taking
there's
here is
weaknesses all over the
completely
place.
pointless. Yeah, you just get everything you want.
Then I get what I want even without the exchange sack, right?
Yeah.
So I
Okay,
think
you
you
got
don't
your
want
bishop
that.
there. Okay, so
Queen d6.
Queen d6.
Then maybe bishop takes b4. Knight
Knight
a1.
a1.
I don't know, maybe I could intermezzo you with queen c3, but then you have knight b3, and it's a bit speculative. Okay, let's try queen a1. You can't castle because I'll go rook c1, and queen a3 and rook c1. So what are you going to do? You'll have to move the queen again, whereupon I force your knight off, and you can't castle.
yeah, okay, this looks quite dangerous for
Yes.
black, right? Yes, let's just show the audience that if you castle, you're going to
Queen
wind up
a3, yeah.
losing this knight.
And you support with the rook, I support. Add a rook,
Yes.
and that's it, yeah.
No way out of this. Yeah, and then you're going to have two pieces and a pawn for the two rooks. Not for the rook, so yeah.
Yeah.
It somehow still feels to me like black should be okay in this position, right? So after pawn takes.
I'm trying to get a sense of, at the board, I would feel that this might be okay, but I have to thread a needle through this. It's not going to be trivial. I mean, you'll have to find one or two very computerish exact moves. And this is the big difference if you get to see it before or you're dropped into it. So
So Nepo's spending a lot of time here. I mean, do you think that there's like some real alternatives to this move? What else could he be considering?
He could be considering CD4, that though intermezzos start to come in then. I mean, I could play AB5, I could play ED4, and then what's he going to do? Is he going to take on A4 and continue developing? Maybe let's try C takes D4, ED4, and then BA4. Maybe rook takes A4.
You don't want to take with the queen and try to.
As well, I could take, but if I go bishop E7, you don't really have a way forward.
Yeah, knight E5.
I actually have queen takes D4, I think.
Oh, wow.
Because really going after the mouse slips, aren't we? It's very irritating when this. I mean, can you imagine having a lot of mouse slips during a game? But
yeah, it's kind of amazing you're saving yourself with this queen trade.
Yes.
Yes, and then you capture back, and okay, you get the knight back with an extra. Well, yeah, nice position. So
chocolate cake for black.
Okay, so that's why you want to take with the rook.
I want to sack something. I don't know, maybe D5.
But what is there really in this position for white? I mean, it seems so solid.
I mean, I'm dying to play something like D5, but let's try queen B. Queen B3, you go rook B8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could I go queen E2?
Castles.
Yeah, I can't even take on A6 because you get the pawn on D4.
Mm. So that is actually a reasonable thing for him to be thinking about. But he put B4 on the board. Okay, so with the long thing, he's pushing away the knight. Ding has returned to the board. And
I think knight E4, and this is a very, very complex position. Maybe we can take a short break here. And I believe both of them will settle down for a few heavy thinks now. And we'll join you right back in a few minutes.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
You know, like in this Kung Fu Panda cartoon, yeah, like there is no secret ingredient in my soup, yeah, so I tried, like, yeah, not to put in any secret ingredients. So that's probably the only trick. When I was a small kid, I think I was studying Kalechin's games, first of all, the first ever Russian world champion. Okay, I haven't played for half a year, and yeah, I think just not playing too much, yeah, is a good way to get hungry. I think previously, when computers were not so strong, yeah, it was really important, like, you have like so many guys who can work simultaneously. But now I think if you have more or less nice engine, you get the result, like you hit the space bar and you get the result. Like the amount of work one player can do is tremendously bigger than before. And yeah, okay, I have my own experience, quite a bitter one, but yeah, it's still an experience, so maybe that's a little bit like something which probably favors me. I can only praise him, like, yeah, he's very, he's very consistent, yeah, he's capable of like playing almost as good as an engine, yeah, and I think pretty much as well as Magnus, he doesn't have like obvious like weak points in his play. He's absolutely brilliant chess player. So it goes just without saying. And yeah, probably if I'll be lucky to find some weaker spots in in his armor, then would be fine. If not, then okay, I'll fight as it is.
With our coverage of the second game between Ding and Nepo, and things are just heating up on the chessboard as they've gone into a line that we've been discussing, with Black having attacked the knight on c3, pushing it into the center, and then going off with his knight to the side of the board, having a look at this slightly weak b3 square in White's position. So right now, what are we expecting, Vishy, for the knight to take this pawn, right?
That's one thing. Also, knight takes f6 is quite interesting. So knight takes f6, queen takes f6, e4. And if you go cd4, then bishop g5, queen g6, maybe e5, maybe rook c1. It's suddenly very awkward for Black, and that king is feeling a bit uncomfortable, I think.
Yeah.
Even well, something landing on c7 would be very unpleasant. So I think after e4, you have to play h6. And I have seen this idea before, but not with h3. So now again, we've got to see what difference h3 makes and so on.
Well, this is very interesting. So you're taking on f6, you're kind of drawing the queen away to the king side, and then there's this a little bit of disconnection. You have a queen here and a knight completely on the other side of the board, and for the moment, this square is not such a big problem. But you have to deal with maybe some ideas of that, and that's why you're playing e4, right?
Suddenly, yes. Suddenly, I'm finding it hard to say whether h6 is good or not. But let's say after h6 here, I go either bishop e3 or d5. What's happening after d5?
Yes, d5 is a very typical pawn sacrifice in these positions, and it's made even more attractive by the fact that Black has this knight on the side of the board, and by the fact that Black is not castled. And in a way, one of your threats could potentially be even just e5, d6, right? Just driving these pawns in.
Well, bishop e7, e5 is already quite embarrassing.
Yeah, bishop e7, and it's
E5.
embarrassing for this piece right here that doesn't have any moves anymore.
Exactly. But it's fascinating how this position can change. So White played a4 to get Black to commit b4 first, and then he wants to play knight e4 and probe the weaknesses on the queen side. But with knight a5, Black temporarily put a band-aid on that, because without a5, it's harder for White to probe those weaknesses. So in a way, it makes sense to switch to the king side. Knight takes f6.
Yes.
The next question is, would you play gf6?
Oh, that would be really interesting.
Once again, for me, e4, and I don't know, I feel something should be missing. What is White missing that by playing h3, what is White missing compared to before? So we'll have to kind of figure that out to understand what's happening in the position.
Yeah, so, okay,
let's play e4.
E4, right.
If,
what are you
I don't know if you want to go cd4 very quickly. I'm threatening d5 because once you have these double pawns, I think you're not threatening to take back.
Okay, I will take, yes.
Yeah, and then I take with a knight.
I can't take back because of
bishop b5 check.
Check. So
well, it has to go a bit further. We'll go queen takes d4.
Bishop b5.
Let's just point that out. Bishop b5 check. A takes b5. Queen takes d4. Just for the record.
Oh, I see,
knight b3.
knight b5.
And I have queen b6. So that's game over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that you lose the rook. Okay, so you're not going to take the knight. I think I'm going to look at the move. Well, the choice here is between bishop d6, which is not a bad square for the bishop, or bishop c5, in which case you're probably going to go bishop e3, right?
No, I'm going to do something else here.
Bishop c5. I see vision. No.
Maybe you'd like to point it out.
Yes, that's good. All right, a tactics training, guys.
Why don't we give the audience a few seconds and then we'll tell them the result.
Let's figure out, guys, why bishop c5 is not a good move here. You definitely want to look at your forcing moves, some captures. You got that king in the center. So how can White take advantage of that? Yes, you probably have figured out that there is a capture in the center and a very unpleasant check on h5, and then you take the bishop back, you've won a pawn, and also this king doesn't even have a good square. It seems like he has to go into a check.
He has to go into a check, and that's why it's just hopeless.
Yeah. So, okay, we definitely don't want to go there. In that case, let's stick to my first instinct of bishop d6. Yeah, I like the bishop on this diagonal. He can also go here
I'm
one
tempted
day.
to go knight takes e6 anyway, though it might not work here. It probably is not working here.
But
queen
you gotta
h5
look
check,
at it,
king e7, and what's the follow-up? But maybe after bishop e3, one move later, or I could start with queen h5. Bishop d6, queen h5, and suddenly asking you, because your queen is busy defending a5 as well, attacking this.
All right, how about this brave
I could go
move?
bishop e5 here.
Yeah, bishop e5. Well, I was thinking king e7. What do you think about that? Is that just terrible? You think the king there?
Are you a Karpov fan?
He likes the king on e7,
yes,
right?
very much. He spent his Karo-Kan days doing this very much, yes.
Well, okay.
What about bishop e5?
Let's try that, attacking
because if,
something.
I might have actually overdone it. Knight e6, you have queen takes d3.
Yeah, there's bishop hanging.
And knight g7, you have king e7. Okay, so queen h5 maybe is not the right move.
Of course, this position is very double-edged, right? Once black takes on these pawns, then
yes,
I mean, it's like a
three-result
game.
Could be very attractive as well.
Yeah.
So what will I play? Bishop e3 maybe?
All right, bishop e3, you're developing. And basically the question is, if I think for black, is what is the future of this king? Because it's nice to say you have an open file here against the white king, but it's also not easy to take advantage of it, especially because this bishop is blocked for now, especially because this knight on a5 is far away from the action. So basically white can just take a very solid centralizing strategy here, right, Vishy? Like you don't even have to attack this king right away. Even if you just, go with things like that, bring things into the center, black could experience some issues.
Very much.
Yes, so bishop e3, and so the question for black is how to develop some dynamic play, right? Because without that, I guess black would be somewhat worse.
Shall we just quickly check queen f6, e4, h6, and see if d5 is as bad as I made it out to be?
Okay, let's do it. So queen f6.
Queen f6. Again, I have to say, if white's extra move is h3, then maybe we shouldn't panic just yet. So e4. Are you going to go h6? Are you going to do something else? I think you have to do h6.
So h6 we're doing because we basically think this move is a very big problem.
Yes.
And I don't have any other way to solve it. Like queen d8 is too ugly. Yeah, I mean there's d5.
Well, I could then continue bishop e3 and ask you to kind of demonstrate what you're doing.
Yes.
To be fair, I could play c4 here. This is this extra move I have, so why not use it? Because if bishop g5, I have queen g6, and I'm going to take on e4.
So c4, an intermediate move like that, kind of.
No, bishop g5. Queen g6, bishop c2. Oh no, I would play bishop e4, bishop e4, queen e4, rook e1, and I can play queen d3. That's very nice for me. Then I think I'm just out of danger after queen d3.
Okay, you're saying like you can't go there because of rook e5 winning the knight. So basically you need to deal with that, but you need to get the queen trade, and then you're fine. Yes.
There is still takes in d5 or d5, but
black
maybe d5 here.
Probably okay here, right? Or actually even this is. Yeah, this is
it's not completely clear to me what's going on.
Pretty tricky.
Yes. So still a lot of lines here that need to be worked on. Maybe e5, h6, d5. Maybe it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be. Let's have a look.
What's interesting though, this is Ding's first big think of the game. I mean, it does seem like a pretty big crossroads for him, right? Because he needs to do something with this knight. So either he's taking here or taking there.
Also, he's thinking in his private cabin. So.
Oh yeah, he's still thinking. I don't know. I guess it's like maybe altogether he'll spend 10 minutes at the board today just to come and make the move and leave. Yeah. I mean, of course, it is a lot more. It's nice to see the players at the board, to see that drama, to see the way that they're thinking and their mental efforts. And so you do lose some of that.
You do want to see a face. Yes. I think don't make the cabins too luxurious.
Yeah. Well, it didn't seem that luxurious, Vishy, right? We actually visited the cabins. It was like, and we saw those pictures of Ding and his coat, and he seemed to be cold there, and he was still wanting to be there.
Keep it slightly sauna-like so they come back to the board. But
Yeah.
Okay, here we are. We are looking at Ding, but you can see he's very deep in concentration, and
yeah.
Well, he's just gone for a reclining chair, so that's why he wants to think over there.
Yeah, and his coat is hanging, I think, on the sofa, in case he needs it. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to our lines again. Knight takes f6.
Yes, I think we have lost interest in knight takes c5 for the moment.
Yeah, because this does seem more interesting, right?
Yes.
And it feels like maybe this is where white has better chances for an advantage. All right, so queen takes f6 and e4. Okay, so are we still on this direction, or we want to try the c4 move?
Or queen d8.
Or queen d8. Okay, so c4, let's just, yeah, it's a big change in the structure, c4.
Yes, but my idea was that after bishop c2, if I play queen d8, it's not easy for you to do something potentially. But you could go queen e2 and d5 as well.
Should I throw in bishop g5 though?
That was why I was going for this queen g6 line and trying to make that work.
So let's look at that again. Bishop g5, queen g6, and
bishop c2. I don't know if you want to toss in b3 as well, but doesn't seem necessary.
You can take this pawn. Yeah. So actually, this is a fairly forcing line that we're entering. Right, we're going quite far, but it's because it's all kind of forced. And so this is the big critical moment to see how does black neutralize things in this position. I mean, the king is still in the center.
I think my default would be that I allow, or I play f6.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
And if you go rook e6 check, I go king f7 and claim that.
That's exactly what I was just thinking, yeah.
I don't think I want to do it without trading queens first, right? Because you might be able to play rook e6, king f7, queen e1 or something, and suddenly I've got worries.
And you can't,
or knight e5 check.
You can't take,
I'd be a bit nervous, but maybe it's not hopeless. But
okay, so you want to trade and then basically secure that square for the king.
Or play hit 6. Let's just try hit 6.
h6. Okay, hold on. I mean, we got to look at that move, right?
But then head g5?
You take g5 and...
Knight g5, I have f6.
Knight g5, f6, yeah. Well, let's just take a look. We take here, knight g5, and yeah, I was hoping there could be some attack coming, but it seems like you close up that file.
Yes, the worst thing is knight f7, I have a good square. Rook h5 is very nice to put the rook on. So
yeah, so that's the end of that. So yeah, the bishop
One
has
second,
to
can you
move.
go back to move 18 for a second after d5?
Yep.
What about knight b3? Because maybe your knight can go back to c5 and defend e6. You could take on e6 here, and then I play f6. I mean, clearly you were threatening e7 and knight
you're
e5 check.
saying like, yeah, you can't really take the rook because a pawn takes and then knight e5 check.
Right.
Right, and then you fork
Maybe
the king
you just
and
show
queen.
that and we have that line. So e takes f7.
And then no matter where
you
the king
go,
goes,
there's a fork
there's
on
a fork
e5.
coming. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate.
The king and queen are forked. So, but d takes e6. I have f6. I don't know how white is going to continue because in fact, white's queen is quote unquote trapped. It's going to be forced to exchange itself. So this might be nice for me.
You mean like, yeah, black is doing quite okay in this position.
And if you don't play d takes e6 and you go something like queen takes d3, pawn takes d3.
Continue the blunders of the queen.
Rook a d1, then for the moment I have knight c5. I mean, it's not a slam dunk, but I should just about be equal, I reckon.
The black is going to be okay here, yeah. So basically this line with c4 is quite interesting, yeah? That's where we're...
Yes, and the next question then arises, what happens c4, bishop c2? Are you going to go back to d8 or what are you going to do?
Okay, so c4 if you don't throw in bishop g5, if you just go back to c2. And, okay, what does white want? What are the threats here, Vishy? I mean, basically, do you want d5? Is that the point?
Or I just want to play bishop e3, knight e5, and maybe throw in f4 somewhere. Or knight e5, f4, you know.
Like that. Knight e5, f4, okay. And my queen in f6, how does she stand here? She's not the best queen, right, in f6. It's a little awkward, right? Yeah. Okay. So in that case, I'm going home.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I go knight e5.
Knight e5, and I'm going bishop e7.
I don't know if queen g4 is my plan, but let's try queen g4 anyway.
It's quite the initiative.
But you have castles, because bishop h6, I have bishop f6, so
okay.
Not the end of the world.
That's good. And on this move, we can still defend.
Let's just check that. So bishop h6, bishop f6. Can I go knight f3 or something?
You have this idea.
Wait, one funny thought. No, I wanted to play knight d7, queen d7, e5.
Oh, that's nice.
But I think you just play bishop e5 and f5.
Yeah, let's just show that.
Yeah,
that's
knight d7,
a cool
queen
trick
d7.
to try to get rid of the knight so you can open up the pawn.
Yes, but
you're saying takes
and f5.
Takes and f5.
Still have compensation, so maybe it was not really
pawn
close.
Takes and rook takes and
some rook a d1 or something.
Yeah. Well, okay. This doesn't look too bad for black, right? I mean, black's pieces are not bad either.
But wait, make a move.
You want to play rook a d1?
Yes.
And want me to make a move? Okay. Let me see what you got planned here.
Just two big bishops and
just that.
all that.
But you have some of these ideas. I have to be careful where I
So you
move
can't
my
go to
queen.
e7, obviously. f7, bishop g5, you are losing the exchange. Maybe you have good compensation with rook g6, but it is an exchange.
Which way would you give it up? I mean, would you give it up with rook f5 or rook g6?
I'd prefer rook g6 because then my bishop still has a safe harbor on d5. So I want to keep that pawn.
It's actually, I mean, it would be a kind of a fascinating position like this.
Yes, but here my rook has broken through, so I get, once I'm on rook d7, it doesn't matter, you plug the hole on d5 once I've gone in. So
you think I'm in trouble here? Like,
it's hard to say. Bishop d5, knight c6 looks pretty decent composition.
Yeah,
if
I mean,
you get
because these pawns
consolidated.
are very good, right? Okay, well, we got a little far, and you know, Ding is still thinking, and they're soon going to equalize on the clock. Okay, there's only a difference of 10 minutes now between them. Let's go back.
I'm sure Ding is thinking exactly the same things.
Yeah, I don't
know.
But
okay. So instead of knight d7, maybe knight f3, but then king h8, and then black is
king h8
escaping the immediate problems there.
Wait 1 second. Let me try. Oh, because you're saying that if I go
just
here,
g8,
you just take.
right.
Yeah.
And then queen f6 and bishop takes f3 and all that. Or rook g8 is coming.
This looks good. Yeah, this looks good for black. Okay. So basically, we have kind of settled on this idea of c4 and then queen d8 so far, like that, as a solid way of playing for black. So
I'm still trying to make. Give me one more shot. Let's say I go bishop g5.
Right
after
here.
Queen, no, instead of.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop g5, queen g6, bishop c2. Bishop b4. No, instead of bishop c2, I was thinking, what about bishop b1? Except I don't really like knight b3. But
yeah. I mean, because why would you want to get that rook trapped, right? Or e5.
I can't make out one way or the other. The idea was, if you had gone bishop takes e4, then I'll play d5 with everything kind of in the air. But
I see.
maybe knight b3. And once you go rook a2, then bishop e4 is just a bit stronger. And so on. Yes.
So bishop c2.
Bishop c2, but then we're back to bishop e4, and bishop takes e4 is necessary. Queen takes e4. Rook. Well, do I have something besides rook e1?
By the way, Vishy, we have some news that the current position without h3 already took place in the game between Ding and Aronian in the Speed Chess Championships 2021.
Yes, it is a known line.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I'm trying to figure out what the difference is with h3.
Oh, wow. We can actually show that to the audience.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that, because we have plenty of time. So the game between Ding and Aronian went like this. So it started from a pure queen's gambit accepted, the usual move order, knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6, bishop c4, c5, castles, a6, and rook e1. Yeah, this move has become kind of popular recently.
Yes, and the key is that rook e1 might actually be much more useful than h3 because it eliminates a lot of the variations we're seeing. So that's the trade-off for Ding. I was trying to remember what I've seen the idea before knight a5, but I was trying to remember in which position. And yeah, that's the difference now. Okay, so a4, b4, knight e4, knight a5. And here we are. And he took on f6, right?
And he took on c5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. C5. I guess this is why he's like thinking for so long, right? So basically, okay, it's not just that there's not a pawn here, there's a rook here. And in this position, and you know what's interesting? So he, the rook here, you would think that knight f6 would be an even better line, right?
Yes.
Don't you feel like, right?
Well, what's the advantage of h3?
Right. I mean, but I mean, like rook e1 actually seems useful in the lines that we've been looking at.
Yes.
But okay, this was a speed chess championship game, right? So it's not like, the same time to think. And so he took over here, and actually he played, Aronian played this knight d7 move that we were talking about. And he just gave up the pawn. Knight c6, b3, queen f6, rook a2, knight c5, knight takes, bishop e2, castles, rook d2. What do you think? It's starting to look a little nice for white?
Yes, bishop b2 is coming.
Yeah, and he wound up winning this blitz game. I think he restricted the bishop and went on to win.
Maybe this isn't that convincing because I have things like rook c3 and all that. But then, and maybe even sack the exchange there, I thought, but I don't know.
Yeah, so basically, so Ding has some experience in this position. I mean, I don't know, how seriously would you take that? I mean, just because you've had something in a speed chess championship game doesn't mean like...
Oh, but the line is important because rook e1 is kind of important, and then this is a line that knight c6, knight a5, all that becomes quite relevant.
And you know what's interesting, Vishy, is that Jan is the one back at the board. Even though it's not his move, he finally went back to the board, and Ding is still not there.
Yes. It's tough. I would think that sometimes you want to think out there, but sometimes you want to have the pieces in front of you.
Right.
I'm surprised that Ding is doing the whole thing blind.
Yeah.
He is very comfortable sitting there and thing. But at some point you lose track of where the pieces are if the lines get too long.
Yes.
Exactly my problem in blindfold chess as well. That if the variations get too long, then at some point you forget where you started. And now he's back. Okay,
I think
good.
Ding is ready to make a move, right? Because the only reason he could be coming back is that he's ready to play something.
Well, we can arrange a mouse for him in his cabin, and he can just play from there.
that will probably be for the next World Championship match.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Ding. Okay, so he's come back to the board. Does he seem? He still doesn't exude a lot of confidence, does he? I mean, he was gone for so long. You would think that rushing back to make a move, and then the fact that he's back and still not moving, I mean, it's not like a surprise.
Yes, but for me, what I get from that is you've been calculating a line deep. You come back and you think, wait a minute, did I get everything right? Did something, let me double check that again. You're in this deep concentration phase, not particularly significant for me. I would have the same look, I think, if I came back. And was about to make a move. Wait, is this right? Is this what I wanted to do? And you're trying to, every trick you have to remember, you may remember where you were when one of your seconds showed you this, so you might have analyzed it and you think, wait a minute, this is what I did that day, is it here? And I don't think that's an alien look in this situation. But
all right, well, we're still expecting him to go for this one, even though he went for the other one in his previous game. Is that right, Vishy? Yeah. All right.
I'm just wondering, suddenly I have this flight, instead of knight f6 check.
Yeah.
What about knight eg5, Caro-Kann style?
Knight eg5?
Yes.
Okay.
I suspect h6 and it's, I'm
h6 and knight e6, you're going to...
Knight e6 and then we've got Kasparov deep blue.
Yeah.
We've got Kasparov deep blue going.
Okay.
And otherwise I have got knight e5 coming. I don't know if this is what
so you're basically threatening this and pile up on this pawn.
Yep.
And in case they kick you away, you're ready to sacrifice. Pawn takes, and then do you want to go knight e5?
No, bishop g6 check.
Bishop g6 right away. Oh yeah, because you don't want to give them...
Yeah, and king e7 I would want to at least consider e4.
Wow.
But as they say, the easiest pieces to sack are somebody else's.
Yeah, you feel very comfortable, right, when this line when it's not your pieces.
Well, I would have to check knight e5 myself, but I would have to think knight e5 can't be that bad with rook e1 thrown in. It has to be a decent move, rook e1. It doesn't seem like huge. It doesn't matter.
I mean, if it went in this direction, it would be just crazy, right? The game would completely blow up if Ding did this. Okay, I mean, let's take a look. So e4, let me try to understand your ideas. I mean, basically, you just want to go d5, maybe open up some files like rook e1.
Actually, if I can get in rook e1, and that I would have had it if the pawn had been on h2 and the rook had been on e1, then what I'm trying to claim is that the pawn on e4 is restricting that bishop on b7. So.
Okay, so let's.
And we know from the Caro-Kann that this king on e7 blocking the bishop on f8 is about the worst structure you can have. So that's the compensation for the face. Then again, maybe black can just take on e4.
Yep, let's do bishop takes e4.
Which you would not be able to do with the rook on e1, but that's another story. So take, rook e1.
Okay, do I have some powerful queen d5 move?
Yes, this is looking a bit thin, isn't it? You just go queen d5, yeah. But still knight e5. You see how horrible that king is on e7.
Yes, he's a very bad king. Okay. How am I going to patch up these problems? What other things are you threatening? You're actually threatening, okay, you're not threatening this so much because I can kind of theoretically go back to f6. So do I just need to play a move like king e8 and no, then I'm also stepping into that
Queen
stuff,
H5, yes.
man. Okay. I'm a little hard pressed to find a square for my king since I can't go there either. Yes. So the threat is knight g6. Okay, well, so let me play this ugly move.
Okay, queen h5.
Queen h5, okay. You want to go, oh wait, do I have some g6 here?
Yes, that's the question.
G6, you take, and...
Or I could have gone queen g4. And if knight f6 gone queen g6, and it's still kind of unpleasant maybe. Knight f6, queen g6, and keep.
And you want to get in like that, and still not like, it's not a winning threat, queen f7. So how can so queen f7 basically doesn't threaten that much, right?
Well, it's threatening queen f7 and bishop f4.
Just like, yeah, just general development. That's it. Like bishop, like if I like lock things up with c4 even.
Yeah,
like,
I
don't know about that move,
yeah,
but like let's just try it. I just want to see what your threat is. And
bishop
king
f4.
d8.
Oh, you wanted to go to d8. Ah, that makes sense. I kept it on
that's
d6.
why.
Yeah,
that's why you were talking about. Okay, but I mean.
Then maybe it's not.
Yeah, bishop takes h6 is not.
It's not in the spirit of the.
Yeah, not in the spirit. Yes, yeah, it's a way to get white to get mated.
Yeah, this may not work out at all.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, but let's go back a little bit. Knight eg5 is certainly like the most. I mean, you know, somehow I'm not really predicting this move, is she? I don't know why. It just feels.
You know, it hasn't come up, but I'm suddenly curious why it hasn't come up.
Knight e5.
Because I know that people play knight f6 and knight c5, and suddenly it's reminded of the Caro-Kann. Of course, the pawn is on c3 than the Caro-Kann usually, and then it's much better for your dark squared bishop. But
oh wait, I think Ding has made a move.
Knight f6.
Knight f6. Okay.
Back to reality.
Yeah, this is like our whimsical flight of fancy. So he makes a move, and you're
gonna promote that, and then
he is off to the rest area. So. Yeah, now the big choice for Nepo. I mean, I think Nepo, should have an answer here, right? Like Ding was thinking for like 40 minutes or so on his decision, and so Nepo certainly considered this.
Yes, and the line queen f6 is supposed to be okay with the rook on e1, in which case maybe I'm over-exaggerating how strong e4 and d5 is. It can't be that great, right? So.
Okay, but Nepo is still going to think this over. I mean, this move, is just probably unnecessary, right? It's interesting,
I
but
suspect it's not really on. So
yeah.
let's try queen f6, e4,
Yeah.
and now very interesting as to how you're going to go about this.
okay. So e4, you have to do a move like that because first of all, you got to open up this bishop. You got to close down this bishop. And, okay, Nepo is still thinking. And c4 was sort of the most interesting idea that we found for black. Of course, there's other moves that you can do, right? This is by no means forced. And we spent a little bit of time looking at cd. Maybe we should just take a look at that again and see if you take
Bishop
the pawn,
G5.
what's happening. So we looked at bishop g5.
Queen g6,
So
I think
one
it's
move
forced.
for
And
black.
then rook c1, but with the rook on e1, there would be no bishop takes e4. So maybe we can see what's that extra move. Rook c1, bishop takes e4.
So really being
But it's
kind of
nuts. I mean, I would take rook
greedy.
e1, and it's
Yeah.
horrible. So.
Is it? Is it horrible? You think
Well,
so?
let's see. Well,
'Cause
you
I have
can't
a-
go to any of the fifth
I
because I
can't
have
go,
rook e5.
yeah,
so
this
you
is
only got b7.
unfortunate. Yes.
And then queen takes d4. You can't develop that bishop on e7. It's
Oh yeah. Once you get this pawn back with this level of
no, here there's knight
centralization.
b3. So maybe knight takes d4 because I'm
And
even
there's
threatening to take
no
on it.
tricks here. There's not going to be like a magic checkmate
There
on
might
d8.
well be, but
There's. Probably there's not. Oh yeah. Okay.
yeah, but knight takes
Knight
d4.
takes d4. Yeah.
And I'm threatening knight takes e6 even.
And so basically, why don't you just show us how you're going to mop this up when I try to develop.
G takes f6.
G takes f6.
Okay.
Wow.
So
there you go. You know, the thing is, though, I'm not completely shocked just because that is true to Nepo's style, you know?
But with these days, with the computerized analysis, I don't think these decisions should be stylistic. So what Jan is doing is he's remembering rook e1 and thinking at every move what's different. Gf6, can it work there? Can it work here? And then you have to know the whole line. You have to know where it goes wrong in rook e1. Maybe Gf6 was playable against rook e1 as well. I don't know. But you know, I think that's the train of thought.
So let me ask you, Vishy. Like, so why are you like so confident that he's like thinking about rook e1? I mean, he's not really a Queen's Gambit accepted player, right? Like, do you just assume that he knows all this stuff because he doesn't have this as part of his repertoire? I'm pretty sure, right? Like, why are you so confident that he would have analyzed these positions and kind of like compare everything so well?
That is a good point. We can't rule out that he has simply prepared the Queen's Gambit accepted for this tournament.
But here's the thing, though. Yeah.
And it's he played bishop b7, a4, b4, knight e4, knight e5, as if he knew the theory of rook e1. You're right. In some sense, I don't know why I'm thinking that. Maybe I'm assuming it because the position is familiar to me. I'm assuming it's familiar to him. I agree. It's.
But you had the Queen's Gambit accepted in your repertoire as black, right?
Yes.
Yes. And
in fact, I have seen this game between Ding Liren and Levon.
Oh wow.
That's why when I mentioned knight a5, I've seen the idea and it kind of plugs the weakness. But knight c5 and then knight d7 also vaguely was in my head. It's not like I remembered immediately it was their game, but I've seen it before that sense. I'm hoping Jan is, since he's playing the match, he's a bit more in the zone. But
yeah, well, the thing though is, if he had prepared the Queen's Gambit accepted for the match, don't you think he would have like played after h3? He would have gone into this a little faster than he did. Like, because you would have just been like, oh yeah, great chance for me to play the Queen's Gambit accepted with this h3 move, if you've had that as your plan. But if you didn't, you would have been like, what do I do now? And then you kind of think and you realize, okay, Queen's Gambit accepted is a decent solution.
yes, also for the participants, even in situations where I was very, very sure of what I was supposed to do, I would sometimes indulge myself for a few minutes because you want to collect your thoughts and all that. And this idea that well-prepared people will therefore play fast is not always true. For me, very often, especially when I was well-prepared, I luxuriated in being able to think and do it slowly, thinking, I know what I'm supposed to do, and that's a luxury, and now let me go through the details and really feel comfortable. Whereas when you're unprepared, you're worried about spending too much time because you think I might need this later. Maybe we'll be in a middle game where I need it this time, and those kinds of thoughts. But and they've not consumed phenomenal amounts of time. Both have been playing relatively fast, but thinking wherever they needed to feel comfortable. So for me, it could go either way. I mean, your arguments are correct, but I could easily run them the opposite way, and they're correct as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't know what
How
to say.
often do you play the rope-a-dope strategy, where you play slowly on purpose to let your opponent think that you're not familiar with something, and even though you really are? I mean, have you used that before?
I've used the strategies not particularly to trick my opponent, but it's to feel comfortable. And if my opponent falls for it, that's a bonus. But very often, it's only when you have a really good idea that you have this choice even to pretend that it's a surprise. It's a reasonable strategy, but I can't remember when I've used it particularly as a strategy. Quite often it's accidental. And I may know that I have a good idea there, but suddenly I may not remember the details, so you're also trying to catch up yourself.
All right, so here we go. After G takes F6, Ding played E4 quite quickly. And that's the move that we were expecting. Okay, so we haven't spent as much time on this position, Vishy, because we just didn't consider G takes F6 super likely, but we did look at it a little bit a while ago.
We kind of dismissed it a bit too fast. So let's see if CD4 or maybe C4.
Yeah, so we looked at CD4, and C4 was the move that we were trying against Queen F6 in the Queen F6 line. And here, so the idea of C4 is basically what? You take the queen side space, you kind of push the bishop back, try to get the B3 square for the knight. So definitely makes some sense. Okay, let's try this move since we haven't gone into
bishop
it before.
C2.
Bishop C2. You got to keep the pawn protected, and you got to keep the square.
I don't want to allow knight B3 for free. If you play B3, then I'll go to C1, but then I have a lovely square on C3 for my bishop again.
Oh yeah, you're going to come out. You're going to come out and get that bishop there. I mean, well, this move is not out of the question, right? In general, you have to consider moves like that as black. I mean, even though it gives away the C3 square, but you can certainly think about it. Okay, so what else can black
do? I suspect it has to be CD4. This looks pleasant for white.
No, I mean in this position, after C4, bishop C2. So you're thinking this is pleasant for white.
Well, I would throw in rook G8 maybe. I'm not even sure why. Or bishop E7, so that.
Okay, so rook G8, what, like queen E2? Or
yes, no, forget rook G8. Rook C8 maybe. Maybe queen C7 with the idea of long castle.
Oh, that would be so double-edged.
Yes, but on the other hand, my pawns, instead of being on B6 and C7 protecting my king, they're on B4 and C4. It's like white sometimes protects his king by having his pawns on F5, G5. You know, it's out there, and it's a little bit of that vibe.
Vishy, in what opening can you recall where you're like castling queenside with these pawns like more extended?
Marons.
That's it.
Exactly. I think the Reynolds variation is more or less exactly this. If D5 long castle, I think we're very much in that territory.
It's quite common there, right? Yeah. And okay, so that would resemble
Actually,
Maran.
now that I think about it, I'm not sure why I didn't. I mean, the Reynolds used to be in my repertoire for a very long time, so I'm not sure why I took so long to come around to this. But Queen C7.
Because I mean, basically.
I mean, I've been waffling all over the place, but CD4, but C4 and Queen C7 looks very natural.
And basically, like, when white pushes D5,
there might be another square as well. Maybe Queen B6 works, maybe Queen D7 works. But anyway,
but Queen
let's
C7
go with
looks
this.
very, very harmonious. Yeah, I like that. And then basically you're just preparing this long side castle, and after that, you'll put the rook on G8. And question is like, how do you get to black's king when they're so well protected by these extended pawns?
Yeah.
So this position, I just like from the look of it, I'm
quite the obvious way is if I go bishop E3 and then I go rook C1 and I'm pinning everything, then at some point even bishop D3, knight D2 might work. Long castle, rook C1. And then try to.
Yeah, and if I just go king B8 and try to hide my king on A8.
Bishop D3.
Okay, now I have to make sure you're not setting up some nasty trap for me. But I don't. Okay, bishop C4 is not a threat yet.
But knight D2 is, I think.
Knight D2. So you basically want to go and win that pawn. So I have to think about this. But actually, I could probably just move my queen, and aren't I going to have A most wonderful position.
You're taking on e4 instead of and giving c4. Right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like maybe queen d7.
Yes. Maybe I should start with knight d2, but that feels a tad relaxed.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have to say that, like, for the sake of the audience, his g takes f6 is great. And
Yes,
we're going to have a fun game, aren't we?
Today is a fantastic day to be a commentator.
Yeah. I mean, the most double-edged move that he could have made.
This is a lovely thing, and you know, we ourselves, it's not like we studied this position this morning, so it's going to be this is what you want to watch when you're not sure of all the details yourself, and it's great. Gf6, e4. I'm beginning to think that some Mehran Reynolds kind of thing is where it's at. c4, bishop c2, queen somewhere, though I wonder if what would be a precise move. Somehow queen b6 feels slightly better, because even if I allow d5, I have bishop c5. So queen b6 and castles might.
Oh wait, queen b6, and you don't mind like bishop e3 because you're still castling queen side.
Yes, and if
really
d5,
care.
then I have bishop c5.
Yes, these are all the Baran ideas. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. You just castle. You don't mind that because you block the attack.
Right.
And I mean, basically, these pawns are just quite strong. Right, that's the idea. It's quite hard to break them down and get to the black king. And this bishop is a bit passive. And then black can proceed to counterattack.
Yes.
So I really, really love where this is going. And yeah, basically Nepo just has to make this decision to play c4 in order to get what we're looking at. And he could play cd4, but I just think that overall that's a lot less in the spirit of things, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, cd4, we looked at that knight d4, and the center is open, you can't castle queenside.
To be honest, it looks slightly attractive for black until you see the knight on a5, and then you don't know what to do with it. That's kind of where I'm at.
I think he just did it.
c4.
Oh, it's going to be such a good game. All right. Very good, very good. And
okay, this is nice. Yeah, c4.
Yes, so here we go, e4, c4, and now, I mean, for me, I really think that you can't underestimate like when you're getting a position that makes you happy.
Yes.
You know, and I mean, like we know, of course, like they can play all kinds of positions, but still, like there's a certain profile you have of a player. Like everyone, when they've been talking about the stylistic differences of the two players, right? Like Ding, more positional, more technical, and someone even said that he plays a bit like like a robot, as precise as a machine, right? And the funny thing is, in the opening ceremony, in the press conference before the match, when he was asked, what animal he associated himself with, in terms of playing style, he actually didn't choose an animal. He chose like AI. So that's his style, right? And Nepo, well, okay, he said on a bad day he's like an ape. Right, but on a good day, it's a kind of an aggressive animal like this, and I think
this is a good. On a very good day, it's a great time to be an ape in this position.
Yeah.
Godzilla, like if black can get going. But one point, if the rook was on e1, bishop f1 would be a very nice move. Very nice square for the bishop. Here, the bishop is being forced to go, and it would continue to keep an eye on the c pawn. With h3, black is getting a version where that bishop is going, I think, in an unnatural direction.
Yeah.
And therefore, the long castle plan becomes much better. Imagine that we did the same long castles plan with the bishop on f1. I would play bishop somewhere, rook c1, and probe that weakness. So, look, that might be a difference.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Yeah, that like the bishop would really just love to go back here to keep pointing at the pawns, not blocking the c file, and even protecting g2. And Ding plays bishop c2 quickly because he doesn't have really many other options.
I'm not saying that I'm not able to evaluate the position yet, but I am able to evaluate the rook on e1 and the bishop on f1. That looks very nice for white. So finally, we have a big difference with h3.
Yeah.
At least that we've discovered.
But it's a difference that favored black.
Yes.
Yes. And okay, Nepo is back to the board. He's coming back, and he just needs to figure out now where to move this queen.
His body language looks confident.
Yeah, well, I think he can just feel that this is like. I mean, now I think like
it may not even be an evaluation, right? It may just be that he likes this and it suits him stylistically.
Yeah. Can finally play the kind of chess that makes him happy. And he needs to figure out where to move this queen. So we basically settled on queen b6. It's being a very solid option. Just staying out of the way of the c file. Okay, let's look at that some more because I really want to know. He just made a move, and I think he did it. Oh, he went to c7.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's not like we didn't like this move. We just thought queen b6 might be even.
Well, we got there in a sense.
So bishop e3. Okay, let's try to find something for white where white is not just on the defensive and helpless.
Once again, you can see how powerful a knight is on a5 and there's a pawn stuck on a4.
Yeah.
If I remove this pawn on a4, it might even be nice for white because I'd have bishop a4 check or sack the exchange somewhere, but that pawn is really a key to why this structure is so good for black on the pin side.
Yeah, no, honestly, I would feel quite uncomfortable with white in this position because I would be like, unless I do something very quickly, the long-term picture doesn't look very good for white.
I mean, I think I kind of gave away that my first move was to flick in queen c7. So in a blitz game, I would play queen c7. And then after we knocked it about a bit, I suddenly said, wait a minute, why not queen b6?
Yes.
Do you think Nepo might have just played queen c7 a tad quickly?
Yes. And I think it's instinct, right? Because in the Moran, the queen is always on c7.
Yes.
That's what so it's easy. It's easy to put it there, and only if you think deeper, then you're like, oh, I can actually do better than that.
Yeah. And incidentally, we don't know that queen b6 is better. We just, it looked nicer. After some time, it looked nicer,
Yeah. Right, but queen c7, of course, is natural and reasonable. Okay, so let's try to do something for white. Maybe white just needs to be, bishop e3, I think that's good. Support the d4 pawn. We castled queenside. Rook c1 looks really natural. King b8. And maybe we're not going to succeed in winning this pawn, but...
What about knight d2 here?
Yes. Knight d2, and what's your idea? I mean, you want to play bishop d3,
yes.
but...
Okay, Irina, just one quick thing.
Yeah.
We'll get back to this. It's fascinating. I just want to try after queen c7. What do you think of d5?
Right away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if long castle, I thought maybe queen d4. Maybe it's rubbish, but maybe queen d4.
Queen d4. Okay, we can try
it. But then suddenly bishop e7, and I'm not sure what I'm.
Yeah. Where are you trying to go with this queen?
I just wanted it
out there. Not that dangerous, right? Not there. Not there. You don't want to take it to a7 because it gets trapped nicely. Yeah.
I think that is helpmate for queens.
Yeah. So you want to take the pawn. All I got to do is guard it.
Bishop e7, maybe.
Yeah. In these positions, by the way, just to point out, this would be a terrible positional move, right?
Not strategically, yes. But maybe there are details. And where's white's queen going? And
just back.
Where, e3 or d1? No. d1, I can play maybe f5.
Maybe tactically you have something.
Yeah, I mean, queen d4 is kind of a luxury. You toss a whole tempo like that.
I see. No? So we're really talking tactics here, trying to undermine these pawns quickly.
Okay, queen d4.
Yeah,
kind
not
of crazy.
Likely,
what about knight d4?
Knight d4. I recognize these ideas, Vishy, from a certain opening. Yeah.
Yes. Well, the Reynolds again, right?
Yes. Yes.
But d4, and how do I exactly go about? If I go bishop e3, you take on e4, and it's quite hard for me to recapture that pawn.
Okay, so this move, if I'm playing bishop c5, can I do that?
Mm-hmm. Or maybe you even want to play f5, right?
Right away. Just like that, break up everything. Because basically what you're saying is, I cannot take this pawn twice.
Because you'll just pin it. No, why don't you pin the knight? Bishop c5.
You want to do it like that. Pinning the knight, and then you can always throw in a nice f4.
Well, f4 or queen b6.
Yeah.
So.
You're going to win material. Okay. So f5. That f5 move, is that possible in the Moran? Are there ideas like that? Not really, because there's no pawn on f6.
It can't be that common because d6 is a scary move, but I would think this might be an exception.
I mean, but also in the Moran, there's no doubled f pawns, right?
There are in this variation where you go. in the Reynolds, you go bishop g5, but it's true. It's bishop g5 takes f6, and then you have a second knight on c3. Those ideas are there.
Right, but I mean, normally the pawn would be on g7, so you just want to really have this idea. Okay, this is very specific to this position. And it definitely seems to favor black in terms of like dynamic possibilities.
Look, sometimes you wait a whole match to get an interesting position. Here, Jan has got something that suits his style very well on round 2. This has got to be good for him.
Okay, so let's try like the very solid way of playing for white. This bishop e3, castles, rook c1, and king b8. And you were suggesting knight d2, right?
Yeah. Now I'm wondering if queen e2. Or I don't
That
know.
also
Let's
looks
try knight
reasonable.
d2 because
Knight
this
d2.
idea of bishop d3 kept coming up.
Okay, so basically at this point, this is where Jan realizes that maybe his queen on c7 is not in the very best position. But, okay, what do you think about this queen going to d7 or, I don't know, b6? It's sad to lose a move, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, queen d7. Oh, I have an idea. You should just like maybe pressure this pawn like queen e2, right? And the idea is like just kind of go
bishop
back,
b1
and that's it,
keep
and
hammering away,
try to get this pawn. You know, the funny thing is, okay, is this starting? I mean, this is starting to be too much because it still feels like not clear at all.
That's true, but bc3, knight f3. Bishop a3 maybe.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Some little problems with this pawn.
But rook cd1 and bishop c2 and.
Yeah, if black doesn't do something quickly, then they're probably going to be in some trouble. Even this isn't. It doesn't actually feel clear even here, right? Because like who knows? Like even if you plant this bishop here, close everything up.
Yes.
But still. Okay, this seems to be at least a decent direction for white. So we're really trying to play in a solid way here, just kind of natural moves, develop the queen side for white, and try to create some issues with a c4 pawn. And I think Ding did it. Oh, but not in the way we were thinking. He did develop the bishop to d2. Okay.
You know, queen b6 is starting to look better and better for me.
Because of,
But okay, let me castle long. Are you really going to go queen e1?
It is a little unusual, this move, isn't it? Like bishop d2 didn't even cross our minds. So castle's queenside. And the only possible reason for this bishop to be here is to pressure that pawn.
You could maybe start with rook c1, but...
yeah, but even here, right? Like queen
b6,
just okay. It doesn't seem like the tempo you lost, like it's going to be significant.
I don't see how this helps white.
Yeah, bishop d2 feels a little
if he goes
strange.
bishop e3, then we have swapped the loss of tempi.
Yeah, exactly.
Queen c7, b6 versus bishop d2, e3, and we're cancelled out. So.
And then the queen e1 move is not
doesn't make sense with a bishop on e3. Yeah. Unless he wants to go out queen e3, queen f4 or something. Crawl out.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you think, Vishy? Like, what's your intuition telling you about bishop d2?
My intuition is telling me that I hadn't thought of it.
Right, and what does that mean? Does that usually mean is that must not be a good move if it hasn't even crossed your mind? Or is it just so good that it's like, oh...
I must admit, I was looking at natural moves like bishop e3. I realized that I might not have given this position much attention because in the line where it happened, bishop f1 would have been so strong that I wouldn't have pursued it further. So bishop d2 didn't come up. That's not to say that I wouldn't have found it after 10 minutes, but I probably wouldn't have found it after 2.
Right.
Or wouldn't have considered it top move. I think Ding's speed at which he plays bishop d2 suggests that he's not out of book yet, or not totally out of book. What do you think?
Well, I mean, if he's not out of book...
It came reasonably fast. It's a strange move to make if you're not familiar with it, right?
Yeah, in a way. But the thing is, like, so he's spent almost an hour, and if he has, you know, familiarity with this position, you would expect him to kind of play faster. But I mean, I'm still thinking that in that long 40-minute think, where he was trying to decide which way to capture when the knight was on e4. I mean, probably he'd kind of planned out some of this. Because like once you decide on that, and if you're thinking about gf6, e4 was pretty natural. I don't know, at least it sounds plausible to me that maybe that was his idea. Or it's also plausible to me that this is not like a great move and he doesn't feel that comfortable in the position.
But kind of put yourself in his shoes for a second. He had h3 against the queen's gambit declined.
Yes.
He may have had h3 or a3 against the semi-Slav. He may have had something else against something else. He's had to juggle a lot. So the earlier think might have just been to collected thoughts as to what exactly I'm doing here and go into it. Because it's all obscure lines. Could he have predicted exactly this line in exactly this way? I'm just saying that that earlier thing could once again just have been him settling in. I don't know yet. It's hard to tell with the what the information we have. But this is kind of what I meant earlier when I said that the stylistic preference is of course nice to get something you like playing.
Yeah.
But if the computer says you're worse, then it's not much use.
You think
because
so,
it's kind of
Vishu?
just right.
You think so? But I mean, what about like you were in your match with Kramnik? I mean, weren't you like, were you trying to go for mathematical equality in the Moran, or were you kind of prepared that like, you know, mathematically it might not be as good, but like I like this position?
Mathematically might not be good. I like this position, and I'm hoping that it's not top of Vladdy's list for checking.
Right.
I mean, there has to be some surprise value.
Yes.
I was not confronting him too directly. I was hoping that there was enough confusion. Also, it was a different time. Computers were a bit slower then, relative to today. So their conclusions are even stronger nowadays. But anyway, let's take a break now. And we actually have Boris Gelfand's match predictions, so that's going to be very, very interesting. Let's listen to that.
I think it's the most important event in chess history, chess calendar, which makes chess unique. I think no other sport or intellectual activity has such a competition, and it makes us unique, and it for maybe last 120 years it was watched with a bated breath by all the spectators, all the matches. Well, I never have an expectation. Each match, like each life, has its own route and its own path. Two extremely strong players are facing each other, so we shall hope and look forward for an interesting battle. I think in every match, each match is more or less balanced, because that's what matches are totally different from tournaments, and a lot of depends on mental state and opening preparation, and how each player approaches a match and in which state it comes to a match. So okay, it's really interesting, will be interesting to watch. It's impossible to predict. It's just statistical thing. But a lot of things also may depends if it will be decided, one of the first 4 games will be decisive. If one player gets a lead, it gives another momentum to a match. Rather than when it's matches even and it goes according to different route. It's his decision, so okay, if he takes his decision, it's his will. And it affects further generation, because I think each of the young players who start play chess and who grow, they have dreamed to become world champion, at least most of the players. And if the strongest player says that it doesn't matter for him, okay, players can get confused, yeah? But okay, what can we do? Yeah, it's his choice, it's his decision, we should have to respect it. Either we like it or not. For me, it doesn't matter. I mostly look at the games, not at the results, yeah? I look forward to see interesting games, some maybe brilliant preparation from one of the players, and big fight.
Hey guys, we're back with a second game coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship 2023 between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And this is the best possible moment to tune in because we're set for a very exciting game with opposite sides castling. It's just the most exciting setup that we can possibly have, right, Vishy?
This is fantastic. You know, a fun, exciting position and totally unknown, relatively speaking. It's not unknown per se, but in this particular variation with h3 and the bishop going to c2 instead, it's relatively new. And that means today we could have a really exciting game because they can't be knowing all its nuances.
And so far, it seems like the game is going in Nepo's favor. He was surprised in the opening by this move h3. We can just do a short recap of that moment. And h3, believe it or not, has never really been seen in top level practice. I mean, the closest it's come is an online blitz game, a very recent one between Meshkov's 25-30 and Polina Shuvalova. And of course, that is not the same thing as being tried in an over-the-board tournament. And besides that, it's really been only seen at the amateur level. So it's really interesting, Vishy, how ideas like this are just being dug up, you know, from maybe even online blitz games.
Yes, apparently we have to start checking h3. I had on my to-do list that I should check h4 in every position, but now it seems I have to check h3 in every position as well.
Yeah, and so Nepo reacted very solidly, and the game transposed to a Queen's Gambit accepted. But now we're actually in a position that looks very similar to the Moran lines of the semi-Slav defense. That's what we would call it, right, Vishy?
Yes, I think this specific variation, the name is Reynolds. Because it's this line where you, but even so, it's more typical that the second knight is on d7, not necessarily on a5. So this is a twist on the Meran.
I'm trying to find where we are, Vishy. You know, it's always the challenge here. I think I found it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay,
and
this
he has castle long, so.
Yeah, this is the current position. Last time that we left it off, Ding had just played bishop d2, a move that surprised us a little bit, as it seemed a less obvious placement for the bishop than on e3, but okay. Nepo reacted with rook g8, rook c1, and now we got the queen side castling. So we have the opposite sides castling on the board. Obviously a very, non-standard, unbalanced position with these black pawns extended in front of the king. Also black having an open file against white's king, some pressure against white's center. So just like very, a position full of a lot of dynamic opportunities.
For what it's worth, I'm really surprised by rook g8 because I don't know yet that it'll be useful. And so I'd rather put off the move. That's what I was thinking of. I think I briefly suggested rook g8 somewhere and I felt uncomfortable. It's interesting that Jan Nepomniachtchi actually went for rook g8. So rook c1 long castle. For instance, we have bishop d3 here. It is possible.
Yeah, we've seen that idea a lot.
Though I don't know what could happen after king b8.
Yeah, but, let's get the king out of the open file. Yeah, I have an interesting idea. Okay, wait, I think you might like this one, Vishy. I try hard to produce that idea that you like. But what do you think about rook e1? I mean, with the idea of if you need to take the bishop back here.
You're not a fan of Tempe, I see. But
well, I'm trying to put the bishop where you said it was good.
Yes, that's true.
And I was also kind of supporting this pawn, which seems reasonable. I mean, yeah. I mean, am I a fan of Tempe? I am. But I'm also a fan of having my pieces on good squares, and I feel like I really want my bishop to be able to stay on this diagonal.
Okay, bishop d3, king b8, rook e1. What should I be doing? Does bishop c5 make any sense?
I mean, at least when the bishop is there, your knight is tied down, I don't really have to worry about these ideas.
Look, while we're having fun, let's play bishop c5.
All right. Okay, that's not a move that I took into account when I made my big
It's
piece
probably
regrouping.
horrible. But bishop takes c4, bishop takes d4, bishop f1. I think.
Yeah,
is
hold,
gonna
oh,
be
you're
pretty strong.
basically, you're saying takes, and just kind of go like this? No.
Well, I was hoping for bishop e6, queen g3. But
Okay,
pathetic.
wow. No, it's not pathetic. I think
No,
our
bishop
audience,
e6, but anyway, yeah.
Oh, bishop e6, yeah. I think our audience would love to see your tricky ideas.
But nah, it doesn't. Come on, let's move on.
Yeah, so basically you're saying, oh, you're going to go to f1 because I get it. You
Then I
want
get
this to be
g2 covered
protected,
and-
yes. And then you get the queen under attack, and then you also get to like make this capture, get rid of the dangerous bishop. And yeah, the things don't really work out. Yeah, there's no amazing sacrifices on f2 that we can really make, unfortunately. It's definitely nothing there, right?
Yeah.
I guess not. Okay. So bishop c5, yeah, it was it's
Wait,
a
no.
nice looking move, but probably, yeah.
Okay, what else can I do? f5 doesn't help. It surprises me if bishop d3 and rook e1 works. Wow.
Yeah, f5, I'm just going to be taking, and everything holds for now, right?
Yes.
Or wait, you have, yeah, you don't have these rook d4 ideas there, do you?
What
I
about
mean-
rook c8 to free my
Hey, can I just try one more crazy
f5?
idea?
E takes f5
Yeah.
and rook takes d4.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I don't know if I'm mating anybody, but I assume that if you take my rook,
Rook takes g2 check
Yeah,
and
this could
rook
be-
takes f2 check. It's made.
it is mate. Look at that. I'm so much more brilliant than I thought.
It is just, and queen h2 check.
Yeah, that's a good
And,
one.
if king e3, then bishop h6 is a cute mate.
Yeah, look at that attack.
And if king f1, obviously queen g2. So
Yeah. So let's just show the checkmates. Here's
Well,
that one with the
you
bishop.
might as well put the king on e3, right?
Yeah,
Inside the arrows.
yeah.
And then bishop h6.
Yeah. And if you go back, I guess we're going to go for that simple one.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, hold on. So this is a
f5.
F5 is interesting, maybe then.
Yes. Let's see. Could I go? D5 doesn't make sense because you take on e4 and then you take on d5 and you even strengthen c4.
But if you think about it, Vishy, right? So basically, so there are some issues with this pawn, like the fact that it's not being protected by the bishop, and even Jan's move rook g8. Now we're seeing, the point of it in this
That's
line.
true.
And it's funny because rook e1 even supports this pawn. I'm
And-
still experiencing some problems, right?
Okay, so you played f5. E takes f5. Rook takes d4. Let's just make sure that this works. But I can't see bishop f1. Even bishop takes f3 and rook takes d2 is just a piece. Fe6.
Let's just show that. Yeah. So here, you're just taking a free piece, and there's absolutely nothing here for white. No checks even. Okay, so we need something else. But yeah, no, I'm feeling because this reminds me of some powerful games where like the rooks were coming in. In your book, Vishy, you have a diagram of a rook on g4.
Yes,
Yes.
that was very crucial to the whole line surviving because it. But then my rook was protecting a black pawn on d4, and this is a new one. Though here h3 is useful because it tops rook dg4. So
At least that.
great foresight
Yeah.
by Ding Liren.
So rook d4. So okay, we're threatening the bishop. Basically, is the first thing, and you got to move it somewhere. But this is okay. This is feeling very dangerous. Right? I don't think he wants to. Okay, Ding is ready to make a move. Let's see what he did. He played bishop d3. Okay. So, hey Vishy, we're getting really close to this line.
Yep, king b8.
King b8 is almost, it's almost
what
a
else can you
necessity.
play,
Yeah.
right? Yes.
You got to
Because,
do that because otherwise your king is just going to be in danger. So after king b8, then we really, okay, so I'm saying
Okay, so
rook
you played
e1.
f5. Hang on, let's
Yeah.
get back there for a second. f5 on move 18. Let me play bishop g5.
Okay. So you're doing some interception here.
Though this
You're
doesn't help me
inviting, you're
play. It
inviting
doesn't
me to
help
do
me to
this,
play.
aren't you? Wait 1 second. I am.
Actually, the other order. Take
Which
on
way?
g5 first and rook
Take on
takes d4. Then
g5.
yeah, you're right. This one kills it. Rook takes d4.
Yeah, and okay.
And we're winning a
done.
piece on d3.
Yeah.
Yes. So that is nonsense. Okay. What does Ding want here? Maybe bishop takes c4 and b3 totally ridiculous?
Okay, let's try it. Bishop c4, knight c4, and b3. So you're trying to get this
maybe
back.
I don't know if knight b2
But even,
works. But bishop e4 and queen
yeah,
d7
I was going to
looks
say even
pretty.
this, yeah.
No, rook c4, queen b7, bishop f4 check. But king a8, because rook c7 I have bishop takes f3. And if you go rook e3, I must have something decent.
So bishop takes f3, and your idea is like, okay, if I take the queen, you take the queen, and yeah, that's just good for black. The rook is hanging, black's up a piece. Yeah, so bishop d3. Okay, Nepo's thinking, and you know, the thing is, he still has, well, actually, he has more time now than Ding.
Wait a minute. So bishop d3, if king b8, what about bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, queen e2?
So you said bishop d3.
Yeah, so you have to put the rook back on f1. And so bishop takes c4, knight takes c4.
And queen e2?
Queen e2.
I
could play knight takes d2 here.
You get a rook and two bishops, yeah?
Correct, but you get that pawn on f6.
Okay, let's look at that. That's, I think that's relevant, right? Knight takes d2.
He has gone king b8.
Yeah.
And what else could he do? So
sure. Rook c7, so you're giving up the black queen for the rook and the two bishops. And now
I think Ding is going to play something instant. Rook e1, we're going to get to f5. Congrats, Irina.
Thank you.
Let's see now if f5 happens.
I just remembered your idea because you know you were saying like that's the setup, and I was like, wow, we have a chance to get there.
Though I don't see Ding is playing all this way too fast for
your liking.
For just for it to be. Maybe he's seen something similar before. Who knows how far preparation goes these days.
I mean,
but f5, come on, let's try to work out f5 because it's a fantastic idea.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable for white, isn't it, after that? Because you can't step away.
Yeah, what's interesting is...
Maybe they just go back bishop c2.
Yeah, like if I had time, Vishy and I could go bishop f1, then f5 would just kind of not be as dangerous, right? Because then I could take
and there's no rook takes d4,
and I
right?
would have this protected. So in a way, like, okay, he needs to act quickly before bishop f1 happens, maybe.
Correct. So f5 is crucial. Do you think it could be that he'll go bishop c2 here? It looks silly to keep going back and forth, but at least we have provoked f5. And maybe that's a factor, because now those pawns are not looking so...
I don't know. It feels like f5 is nice for black in any situation, right? Because they're like challenging the center, getting rid of your double pawns. I mean, if this is what he needs to do, then I will be feeling very happy as black, but let's see. So bishop c2. I mean, if takes, it's not like a bad looking position for black, even if I trade everything, but maybe that's just not necessary, right? I mean, why would we do that?
But if you take everything, then I get a rook on e4, which potentially frees up things a bit. Then again, you could play f takes e4, bishop takes e4, bishop d5, and try to improve your pawn structure. So
I have some ideas, Vishy.
Tell me.
I don't know. I feel
f6.
I feel uncomfortable sharing this, but yes, f6 is my idea.
Lovely.
Because of this
Queen
concept,
g7.
Yes.
That's nice. And ef5, you're still going to go rook d4, but now let's try ef5.
Yes. Okay, so now I have these couple of moves. I mean, so basically on this move, you are planning just g3. Is that it? Or what? Or
yes.
Most
Since
likely.
bishop f4 check, you will just play bishop d6. I think I might as well get it over with and play g3. But g3 will allow bishop d6 with the threat of taking. So maybe I need to give the check first.
Then g3. Okay, so that queen g7 is an option, and rook d4 is, of course, the big option.
Yes. Let's just try that now.
Okay, so what's our threat? Our threat is bishop takes f3.
It's actually, I think, rook takes d2, no?
Rook takes d2, yeah. As well, Or, I mean, they're both threats, right, or not?
Bishop f3, I might even be relieved that queen f3, rook d2, I can do some fe6 stuff.
Jan played something f5. Yeah, he put f5 on the board. No, you know, I honestly don't think that this is any of Ding's preparation. I mean, I just...
I can't believe it, but he's blitzing his last 3 moves.
But maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe he's just part enough.
He's not really blitzing them. Look at them. He's got 44 minutes.
Yeah, but the last 3, I'd like to know how far. I don't think it's. I think he's played bishop d3 instantly, rook e1 instantly. f5. Okay, well, can you believe we're having this position after 18 moves? It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great, especially for black.
Yes, especially for black. That's true. Okay, so f5, and. All the queen e2 stuff doesn't work because cd3 simply attacks the bishop. I mean, bishop c2 was my weak attempt at pausing for a minute. What else? Bishop g5 doesn't work. We already saw that. I don't see another move. King h1 maybe.
King h1.
Though it doesn't accomplish anything because ef5, rook takes d4 works anyway.
Well, we were looking at bishop c2, and right, f6 was just an idea. Like, it's not like the only move, but
it's a clever idea.
Yeah, it's an interesting move. I mean, I don't know, there were some games in the Sicilian that I remember, maybe even Judith's games, that she did some move, but there was like this amazing clearance. So that's where I got this idea.
Right.
Okay, so f6. And we took, and now we were looking at rook d4.
What about queen e2 after f6?
f6, queen e2.
And if queen g7, I want to go queen f1.
Yeah, put the queen instead of the bishop there, but
mind you, I still can't take on.
Yeah, it feels so passive, right? Like we're barely holding on. It's not even, the thing is, like, when you're defending like this as white, you want something, you're like maybe extra material or something for this, right?
You are a bit embarrassed, but on the other hand, that tension, how are you going to break it? I can't take on f5 because you're going to take on f3. But if you just develop your bishop to d6, let's say,
right?
How exactly am I breaking free? I don't like this move either because I want to keep d4 under observation. So black also wants to do many things. What about rook e2 and queen f1? Why should I go with my queen? Maybe rook e2 and queen f1.
Rook e2.
And if queen g7, queen f1.
Yeah, it's not significantly different, is it? Like queen g7, queen f1.
Yeah, I have no idea why the rook is better
on
e2 than e1.
Right, because I mean, it's like, okay, it's not like doubling up is a big idea, but
basically with both moves, what I'm saying is fe4, bishop e4 is disastrous for black because now e6 will crumble, and so black needs something.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's figure out how black is going to break down this type of position. I think that's the big question.
If you go back to, bishop c2 back would be spectacular, but
you don't believe in it, yeah.
I mean, I find it hard. You play bishop d3, king b8, rook e1, f5, and then you go back to c2.
Yeah.
It's very, very, I might play it at the board, but I would do it with hopefully a healthy amount of disbelief.
Right.
So.
Yeah, some disbelief and a kind of a heavy heart as well. Okay. The problem, though, is that it feels like black just has a good position, doesn't it? I mean, it's like we're basically just defending for white, and it's not really clear what white has for all their troubles.
But at the same time, if white sits still, I don't see the breakthrough. So it's strange in that way.
Okay, so f5, we already ascertained that you can't take it. At some point, your bishop will hang. That's why we were trying to move it. We didn't have that move. And we don't have, obviously, bishop f1 because it hangs the pawn. So what other options does white have here? It can't really move the knight because you hang that pawn. No. Wait, you can't do any kind of like d5s.
Well, d5, the problem is running into fe4. Let's see. d5, fe4.
d5, yeah. But I mean, I don't believe in this move very much.
I don't either, because also bishop c5 here is very strong.
Yeah, I mean, there's
because
just so
threatening
many moves.
Bishop f2, queen g3. And,
no, I think letting in the bishop like that is asking for even more
once
trouble.
I play fe4 and ed5, then c4 is protected.
Yeah.
It's so.
So basically, what are White's hopes in this
I would be
position?
happier with the pawn on h2 here because I could just play g3, and it's not going to collapse. But thanks to the early h3, that's a resource that White doesn't have anymore.
So here's the thing, Vishy. Try to paint me a picture of like a good outcome of this position for White. Like what would make us happy? Like if we got a trade of these bishops somehow, or
fe4 I would love because bishop e4, rook e4. I would feel that the mating threats had disappeared, and Black's position is just open and creaky enough that long term something could happen. I don't see exactly how one thing is going to happen, but I feel that easily you can imagine some kingside counterplay. But the only moves that are holding for White are sitting still, and that seems a luxury in such a sharp position. So
you're saying this
that's
is
where the disbelief comes.
Yeah, this is the best outcome for White in a position like this, which by the way also it doesn't look.
Which is why I like to f6 so much, because it doesn't allow White that simplification.
Yes.
And it keeps White standing there. But maybe f6 is not the best way.
Yeah. Well, we didn't find anything really wrong with f6 yet, right? We just kind of, I think this is okay. This is still something I want to try. And now what?
But there's a certain tension in the thing, because after queen e2, queen g7, queen f1, I think fe4 is very good for White, but if you sit still, I don't know how I'm going to disentangle
like this.
that tension, right?
Yeah. So
for instance, I don't know if g3 works, but you play bishop d6, right? If I go g3 instead of queen f1.
I said queen f1, okay. g3.
Bishop d6 probably.
And you want to try e5?
Well, give it a shot. e5, d5, fe5. I don't know, knight e5, bishop e5, and d5.
And d5.
Yeah, but maybe now just queen d7, queen c6 is going to be very good. Or
yeah, changing.
Or queen b6, queen c7.
Yes.
And if bishop takes b4, then queen b6 is very strong. We can just show that. Queen c7, I'm threatening queen c6. If you go bishop takes b4, queen c6 as well is pretty good.
But you also want to hit
But I also have queen b6, and if bishop a5, I have rook takes g3 check. And I think we should show this a bit slowly because it's fascinating resources. Rook takes g3.
No. Rook takes g3.
If you go king f1, then bishop g2 check.
I'm going to win
king
my
g1
queen.
and bishop f3 check. And now you have a problem that if you go back to f1, I take on e2. So yeah.
Yep. You take on check, and if I go here, then this is...
No, so bishop g3, bishop d6, e5 is crazy. So g3, bishop d6, am I threatening bishop takes?
g3?
What happens if you step aside and you go king h? King f1? No, king h1. King f1. Everything feels uncomfortable, but...
Okay, let's do king h1. I mean, if you're kind of holding the square, then I guess maybe the king can be an h1.
Maybe this is a good moment to throw in knight b3.
Yeah. You know what else?
Bring in one more guy and...
You know what else we need to just take a look at in these positions? We have to look at that, don't we?
But then g4?
Yeah. And h5.
And h5, yes.
It's not. And yeah, it's so uncomfortable to be White, though, giving your opponent a free initiative like this.
Yeah.
I guess h3 is not the novelty of the year. Yeah.
We will be trying h3 in every position now.
And so basically g4 and...
But h5, yes, it looks reasonable.
Yes, most likely h5, right?
The one thing, though the king looks exposed, White has also got some stability on e4. What was bothering me was the tension. So...
Yes. But I mean, yeah, there's stability in the center, but the king is certainly still very unstable.
Yeah.
That could be an issue. So right now, Ding is thinking. And you know, he started out with a huge advantage on the clock. And now he is 20 minutes down on the clock with 35 minutes for the rest of his moves, and also a difficult position.
Let's try in the current position. E takes f5, rook takes d4, rook e3. Let's see if...
in the current position, okay, let's go back.
Yeah,
there we go. So I mean, I would say 35 minutes left for more than 20 moves in this position. He's swimming upstream here.
Yes, also you never know when you need to spend 15 minutes in a single move because the position is so complicated.
Yeah.
Let's look at just one try. E takes f5.
Yeah.
Rook takes d4, we thought. And now rook e3. Because now actually knight takes d4 might be a threat because my king has an escape square and the rook is ready to protect a few things. Or maybe rook g2, rook f2, queen h1 is a perpetual anyway.
Say what? Let me try to understand here, Rishi. So, rook e3. You're saying basically like, okay, let's make a random move. You're saying if you get to take the rook, then maybe this idea doesn't work as well as before.
But queen h2, it's still
it's still very dangerous. Yeah. So we sacrificed a rook. What are we threatening? I guess rook f2.
Nah, it doesn't. I think.
You think that's
well, I can go bishop e1.
Yeah.
But even instead of queen h2, rook takes f2, it was still a draw.
It was a draw, right?
So already it can hardly be a great idea for white. But
no, 1 second. So we're going to go king e1.
Queen g1, g2. And you can't.
But I
oh,
got
sorry.
this
Oh,
bishop.
yeah.
That's what I.
Maybe I need to pull out that bishop from there.
Right here, I survived, and life.
Oh, can I go c takes d3 for a second? C takes d3.
Right here.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So what am I down? I'm down. I have a piece for 2 rooks. So that's a significant amount of material. But you're threatening me with checkmate in 1.
You could go knight f3. And then
why can't I just go queen g4? Is this like bad for some reason?
Yes. I mean, yes, it's a good move. But yes, it's bad for some reason. No. Yes. Okay, so bishop. So let's go back to queen h2 on move 22.
Yeah.
King f1.
Rook takes.
Queen h2, and I would have to go bishop e1. This is a mess.
So okay, black is down a rook.
I can take on d3, and you would take back, but it suddenly looks very good for white.
Yeah, this one. So basically, okay, that means that.
That rook well, king 8.
Yeah.
There has to be something better.
Sure,
rook
sure.
e3. Maybe bishop c5.
Yeah, we're just trying to understand that rook e3 is an interesting defensive try. Sorry, after pawn takes.
Rook takes
d4, and then rook e3. So you're trying to bolster up this knight and also save the bishop. And yeah, of course, black is not going to go king a8, but we were trying to show that this is already an idea. So it seems to be an idea. Okay, that's the point. All right, so rook e3.
What else could I do?
So the rook is under attack, so we might have to move this rook.
Maybe bishop c5.
Oh, that's nice.
Just pointing everyone in the right direction.
Yes.
The right general direction. So knight takes d4.
Okay, but with the bishop here, you feel a lot more optimistic because you're not even winning much material. So here, I don't know about this. For white, it feels.
King f1. Bishop takes d4?
Yeah, even just something simple like that. I mean, I can't imagine that this wouldn't be good for black.
Yes. Rook f3. Oh, sorry, then bishop f3, rook f2 check. Sorry. Doesn't work. And okay, agreed.
Yeah,
I think
we don't even need to look at that. Yeah. So bishop c5, yeah, is a great resource, and also
but
just
bishop
makes so
c5.
much sense.
Let me go bishop f1.
You're really doing your best to like defend all your weak squares here, aren't you?
But if you go back to d8, suddenly you're threatening bishop e3, and this is not going to work out.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I just feel like in order to have positions like this, you need something really positive to suffer like this, right? And when you're not even up a pawn, well, you know, all you're doing is defending. It usually means that like the position is just quite bad, and it's so one-sided. Yeah. And in terms of Ding's mistakes in this game, like how he even got here, I mean, I guess in hindsight, maybe this knight takes f6 move, allowing g takes f6 was too dangerous for him. Maybe he shouldn't have gone in that direction.
Or he shouldn't have followed up so quickly with e4. He should have played rook e1 there. He still had a chance to play rook e1 there or something. But I'm sure by tonight we'll be able to check that.
Yeah. You know, just seeing how he was at the press conference, you know, yesterday, if this game ends like the way it looks like it's going to end, I'm concerned, you know, about how he's going to be feeling, you know. And I think
if I hadn't seen his press conference and I didn't know a thing, I would still say he'd feel pretty bad if this ended, if he ended with a loss. But anyway, I see your point. But are we giving up on white a bit too soon? It's too rich a position. But I agree that black's moves are much easier than white's.
They're easier, you know, the time situation is not great, and I just think that, like, you know, Nepo, he chose that gf6 move, he was ready for that kind of battle, you know, so everything, the way this game is developing is just suiting him. But okay, let's do our best to defend Ding's position here. So right now, we looked at taking, that was probably...
Rook takes d4 was just very strong,
Yeah, it was probably not what we want. The problem with also ever having the bishop there is that there's also knight b3 ideas that you gotta...
Well, that's why I wobbled to c2.
Yeah, that's why you went to c2, okay. But it's like, it is very sad to go to d3 and then back to c2. But at some point you're gonna have to do something with this bishop because you can't keep him here forever.
It's funny, we've got one of these Nimzowitsch positions where the only move left for white is king h1 because every other piece is already in a square where it's doing something useful.
So what can we do to prepare this move? Is there anything we can do to actually make that possible so that we have a chance to go bishop e4? So that rook d4 is not so painful.
I mean, I was now thinking of b3, c3.
How about king f1?
Yeah, king f1 maybe.
I mean, let's just look at it. I know it's embarrassing to suggest moves like that, but I got no shame.
Let's go f6.
All right. And so f6.
Now black might even play e5 without waiting for white's move. So if you go ef5, then I go queen g7 and you have two pieces under. I mean, you have to face queen takes g2. Before, at least you had bishop f1, but your king's taken that square.
Yeah. Unfortunate f6, so I can't even do that. Yeah, it's just very awkward, king f1.
King h1?
But king h1 doesn't threaten, right? Or does it? Does it threaten to take?
Sorry, what does king f1 threaten?
Well, I was hoping that I could take the pawn, and then on rook d4, like maybe I could take.
But then bishop g2 check.
I don't know, I was hoping to run out, but they lose on d3, but I guess it wasn't really doing much either. Yeah, we can try. I mean, but king h1, we still
f6 and you might now play e takes f5, but then I have rook takes d4.
So basically, it's always this idea.
And you go bishop f1 maybe.
Yeah, and we just cannot take the rook. It's like it's even worse.
Bishop g2 check. Yeah.
Bishop g2. You don't like. I don't think we're going to mate them with rook g2.
Yes, and knight f3, bishop f3, and queen h2 maybe.
It seems like that's probably multiple ways to win. Okay. Yeah, Ding is deep in thought. He knows things are tough.
More than, even if you can't evaluate the position clearly, you feel uncomfortable because it's so much easier to go wrong with black. With white than with black in this position. So I think that's where the tension is.
And he's actually going to be in huge time trouble because already right now it's almost like 1 minute per move that he's going to have left.
He's got 25 minutes and he's on move 20 years. Move 18 even.
Yeah, move 18. Yeah, and he has so many big decisions to make.
Oof.
Okay, so let's go back to bishop c2. Let's try that so we don't lose that bishop. We were looking at f6. And
wonderful idea, Irina.
Thank you.
All right. Very cunning. Just slide the queen into g7.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that you need the queen to attack bishop. All right, so.
The problem really is that e takes f5 still runs into rook d4, right? Just put takes f5 on the board, or were you doing queen g7?
We looked at it. We actually looked at both, right? I think we looked at rook d4 here. It probably wasn't.
But then, I don't know, maybe I have rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6, you said?
Yeah.
So you have.
But bishop c5.
I'm trying to understand. Bishop c5 is good, but also, you know what I'm curious about? So what is your evil plan here?
Rook a check first.
You're starting with the check. Does it work though?
Flailing around, but
yeah.
Anyway, if rook d8, then takes bishop f4 intermezzo.
Yeah, I see that.
And otherwise, I get in my grade.
Yeah, or even I was gonna. Yeah, I mean you're right. Of course, you take bishop f4. But I was looking at bishop f4 here, and then basically.
Well, king a7 still.
Yeah, king a7.
Queen f3,
queen
rook takes d2.
And
Is
do
there
you
a
have
mate?
enough?
Queen a8 check and rook b8 maybe.
Yeah. Or b8.
Or rook e6, but then rook d6. It's still
a fight even here.
Wait, I think you can go rook a check and queen e3 check and pick up the rook on d2.
Oh, Ding made a move. He played bishop c2. Yeah, he was like just forced.
Can Jan find Irina's move?
f6? Oh yeah, we'd be so proud. Yeah. Let's see. I mean, I actually think he can find it. You know, I think he will because it's just a very natural move.
I'll be very impressed. I'll be very impressed if he comes there and like, come on, guys, this is obvious and things.
Obvious? Okay, yeah. I think he will because I mean,
but it's getting very uncomfortable for white. I mean, I feel still that one mistake, like swapping the light squared bishops, and all the danger for white disappears. But as long as the tension is there, I'm unable to get out of it, and that's the problem. I'm simply not able to untangle my pieces, so to speak.
Yeah, so
okay,
bishop c2,
so f6 is clearly.
Okay, this is what we're expecting. By the way, Nepo's he's still not at the board, but he has plenty of time compared to Ding. He's got more than half an hour advantage on the clock, so f6. And where are we at in trying to neutralize this Vichy? We were just looking at this, right?
Yes.
Yes, we were looking at this line. Okay, yeah, let's go back here, yeah. Let's come back, because this was actually working out for white.
But bishop c5.
But you had this idea.
Well, what I really want to do is to play rook takes d2 and bishop takes f3. I think that will be catastrophic if you don't have something landing on e8.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was catastrophic already, I don't know.
And it's just like look at this. It's the dream in chess. The bishop's pointing at the king, the open files and diagonals.
It doesn't get better, does it?
It doesn't. No, this is it. It's what every chess player dreams about. And then you set up all these beautiful tactics using those files and diagonals. So f6. Okay, let's try to come up with something else. So basically, opening this up is just very dangerous, allowing the light squared bishop in. Oh, but did we completely refute this? I mean, we didn't like this position for white, but let's try again.
Because after queen f1, we still not accomplished anything, but maybe.
And bishop d6 we looked at.
Can I go e5? Or is d5 working? Yeah, d5 is working, yeah.
So should we go bishop d6, just develop?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And once again, how do I disentangle?
Yeah, okay.
And this is a good moment to consider that I can play fe4, bishop e4, bishop d5. That way the structure doesn't collapse.
Wow.
But
yeah, let's just show that to people, like what could be the idea here. You're saying that at this point already taking is actually an option.
And bishop d5.
Because you're going to play this move, and then you're going to make them take on your terms. And well, if white does take, then this pawn structure is just amazing for black. You get these,
at least on one side of the board.
Yeah, well, but it's so powerful,
yes.
right? And then your knight is finally free to hop around,
and that queen is going to need a while to come back into the game.
Oh, wait, he made a move, and he was not f6. Okay, well.
We're not looking at knight c6 at all.
At
I don't know why.
Because once I suggested f6, we just spent all of our time on it. But you know what? Knight c6 obviously.
But wait, what about bishop b1 now?
Knight c6. So he basically is focusing on that. But you're saying
bishop b1 now.
Bishop b1. And your idea, let me try to get it, Wait, I think I understand. I think you have something tricky planned for me. Is it true, Bishop, with Bishop
I'm holding
F4?
my breath, but no, I thought I had something tricky for you, but knight d4.
Yeah,
Knight takes d4,
and rook
takes
d4.
d4.
Oh,
Bishop f4, obviously.
E5.
Well,
Yeah,
bishop
something.
f4, obviously, but
yes, obviously yes.
But queen takes f4.
Queen takes f4. Okay, so
queen takes d4 and bishop d6. And what exactly am I going to play? G3 or what?
okay, let's look at that. So you're going to just take.
I mean, this is amazing if my only move is g3. So.
Yeah. So right now, black is down in exchange. You're trying to invade the position and just win. And white is, cannot do that, obviously, because of this relationship. So you're basically inviting this, but it doesn't look like we're lost here as white, does it?
Well, I can't. If
don't
rook
have to
takes
do
g3,
anything,
takes, I don't think it's a draw.
You don't think like, I mean.
Well, let's see. Takes.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like white is getting
takes,
away, right?
king f1. Well, I'm not so sure. I'm just questioning whether it's a perpetual or not.
Yeah.
So queen takes h3. Though Jan might well be disappointed with such an outcome, but
I don't
let's
think
go.
he's not going to be
Queen
going
g4
for
check.
this. Yeah.
So I've controlled the d1 square. If you go king d2, can I go bishop f4 check? But maybe king c. No, king c2. I have queen g2 now, and
You've like trapped me into something.
yes, queen f3 check, rook e2, and I have a draw at least.
Yeah.
I mean, first let's get the evaluation straight, and then we'll see if black has something better. Okay. So I think this is holding fine. And instead of after king d2, bishop f4 check, there's rook e3, but I think that's his own perpetual. King d2, bishop f4 check, rook e3, and queen g2 should be a draw. Same thing. King d1, queen f1.
And your king c2 and here.
Oof. Even queen g2, because if you go queen d2, I have bishop e4 check. So you have to come back.
Yeah. That would be kind of nice for black.
So white can repeat with king f1, and that's maybe it's a draw. But
I'm feeling okay.
knight c6. Wow.
Yeah, knight c6. It does feel a little strange, right?
I'm kind of embarrassed that I didn't even see that it was legal. For
Right.
me, it was crazy to move the knight from there, and I was only trying to play
Yeah,
knight
because
d3.
the knight was really quite good on a5,
Yes.
and also like knight c6, it loosens the c4 pawn. And
Also, if I play bishop e3 now, what do you accomplish? He's going to go f4 then. Okay. And
bishop
it
E3,
seems that just
F4.
tactically I'm not able to play.
Yes. But
Though
bishop
bishop e3, f4, and now I get my bishop d2. Because if knight d4, rook d5, I have my bishop f4 again. And again we see queen f4, queen d4, but
Yeah.
I'm missing the f5 pawn, which is...
Yeah, but hold on 1 second. Let's just look at that slowly. So knight takes d4.
And bishop takes
So
f4.
I was thinking in this position, what's going on after?
Queen d4?
Yeah, and I was thinking maybe like I have these impressive pawns.
That is true, but takes.
But then you maybe
Bishop
try to do
d3.
something. Yeah.
Well, I think I have to give you these things, but bishop d3, c3. It might be
you
reasonable.
don't even want that pawn, right? Yeah, because the pawns just move. Okay. Because this.
I might just be a tad slow with that, but that's the worry.
Well, this is a pretty crazy position. 3, 6. Okay, 6 pawns for each side. White's up in exchange. Black's pawns are far advanced. It's a pretty crazy line.
Yes.
I mean, but Ding, I mean, okay, he probably wouldn't feel like he's losing here, right?
No.
And he just made a move, and what did he do? He went
Bishop
bishop
G5.
Okay, so at this point, we're not guessing their moves.
No, I think our run of good guesses is sort of the train has ground to a halt. Okay, if rook g5, knight g5, knight d4, what are you doing? Queen h5 maybe, or bishop b1.
Okay, you're saying we got an exchange sack here. Yeah, that's like the most obvious move to look at. Rook takes g5, knight takes g5, and you want to take with the knight. It's a very attractive exchange sack.
Yes.
You get the center pawn.
If bishop b1, knight b3, you recover the exchange. So let's go queen h5. At least. Or I can start with h6, multiple options. If you go queen h5, black's counterplay might not be enough. Because his pawns on c4, b4 will start dropping off somewhere.
Well, at least this looks, this looks very different from the lines that we were examining.
I could play bishop
Right.
c5 here.
But also, you kind of feel some relief that there's no longer a rook pointing at your king.
Yes.
Bishop c5.
I don't like rooks pointing at my king. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah. So.
Also, maybe your favorite move, f6. Instead of bishop c5.
Instead of bishop c5, f6 right here. f6 but knight h7 and then bishop c5. No,
bishop c5 or bishop e7. Would you play that as white? Knight h7.
Yes,
bishop
I
c5
would.
and just go.
I will play that because what should I do? Go back? Go back? I guess going back.
No, going
back. Then you take.
I take an fe4 and f5.
Yeah. No, I would take that pawn as long as you don't have some rook h8. I would try to
That's
take
the thing.
it.
Maybe I play bishop e7 here. Okay, I think we can conclude that Nepo now has to put in the time and work out the details because he might have missed some detail here like this. And while his position might still be very good and his intuition might be spot on, he needs to work this out till the end because it can easily fizzle. Rook g5, I think rook g5 is kind of screaming to be played.
There's nothing really else. Well, hold on. It's just you don't really want to even look at moves like a bishop e7, right? They don't look great, but what's
let's try
happening
bishop
here?
takes e7,
Yeah.
queen takes e7,
yeah,
d5.
And of course, the point is always if you take.
Knight takes d4.
Yeah, something always lands on that square. So that's why you're suggesting d5.
But fe4, bishop e4, I don't know, maybe f5.
Well, okay.
And if bishop f5, there is rook takes d5, but there's also queen g7,
And then
you have to play bishop g4.
And then h5.
h5 or ed5, and I've got
course,
a dream queen pawn structure,
Black is very happy here.
If white's best move is g3, then it's where we are.
So even bishop e7, he can consider.
Yes.
He doesn't have to go for the exchange sack.
Or we can add the Irina touch, which is to play f6, bishop
right
f6,
here,
bishop e7, and then you get an
e7.
extra queen to g7.
Yeah, look at that. That would be.
That's not going to happen.
No, you don't think so? You think it's completely crazy to try that move?
It would break my heart to give a pawn like this.
Okay,
because by now I'm seriously thinking.
I agree.
By now I'm seriously thinking, can I win the endgame if this thing goes wrong, kind of thing. So
yeah, I suppose you probably don't want to give that up. But Nepo has to figure out.
But bishop e7 looks spot on.
Yeah.
I can't see something wrong with it.
So he goes there. He wants to take our bishop. That's why we're pretty much forced into this. You take, and now we got to figure out a move for white. Well,
Queen d2 maybe.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand, so what do you want, right? It's always the question. I don't think the black has immediate threats. How terrible, if I want to try to attack this pawn.
Queen e2 or d2?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going queen d2 simply because there's a check coming, but.
Yeah, so queen e2, knight d4, isn't that an issue?
Yes.
So I was thinking like this. Okay, I know it's not an impressive looking move, but let's just see. I'm just curious what you want to do. Going back to a5, you probably don't really want to do, right?
Because even he takes f5 might be fine.
Yeah, you've taken the pressure off. And, I would say my feeling is that with Ding's move, basically any piece trade sort of, works okay for white, right? White's the defending side. And we know that in a lot of those lines that bishop was coming out to c5 very aggressively. So probably just conceptually, this trade is not like against white.
Yeah, bishop b1.
And now I want to really focus on the pawn that you left a little vulnerable. All right.
Rook g5, yeah.
Went rook g5. All right, that is certainly
there we are, rook g5.
The most aggressive move. And now we're going to see a quick answer from Ding. Ding really
I think it's safe
yeah.
to say that white doesn't have to think about his next move.
Yeah, I think we are finally going to see an instant answer here. And I think Ding also is just cannot really afford being away from the table at this point. He needs to be at the board to not lose a single second because there's no increment.
Yes.
So
and he's down to 18 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to make.
Might have to promote it one more time.
He's got 19 moves to make.
Just keep on promoting it till it
go.
doesn't allow it.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4.
It's got to be knight takes d4 because otherwise the knight is coming back to f3.
Yeah.
And bishop h6, queen h5 probably works.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense at all. You'd rather have the good knight there.
Yes.
So knight takes d4, we're going to see. And yeah, I really like your suggestion of this queen h5 because this queen is awkward over here. I guess there's no immediate threat on the queen. But yeah, as you pointed out, like if you move your bishop away, then there will be a threat on the queen.
I mean, this is a minimum.
Yeah.
Where at least I'm not material down and I've got a very nice pass pawn somewhere and that kind of thing.
Queen h5. Don't you feel, though, like intuitively that somehow this is not the worst that things could have been for white?
But the thing is, if you're worse now, then what's the point of anything else?
Yeah, but are we worse? I mean, are we worse? Because okay,
I would say yes. White is worse.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's try to figure out why. So right now I got these two pawns under attack. Yeah, Nepo.
He's got knight d4.
Knight d4 is on the board, and Ding has to find queen h5, which is not the most difficult move, right? Because his queen barely had any other squares. I think, finally we're going to really see both of the players at the board for this stage of the game.
Yes.
Because Nepo also needs to stay at the board to kind of keep putting the pressure on his opponent, and they're getting, down to the wire on the clock. So we're going to see a lot more of their faces now.
Indeed.
So queen h5, and we looked at f6. What do you think here, Vishy? f6?
I prefer f6 to h6 because we're going to lose the pawn otherwise.
Yeah, and so basically you can win the e4 pawn if you would like.
Well, that seems like I might cobble together some sort of defense.
Yeah, by
queen
the way.
h5 instantly.
Yep, it's on the board.
Okay, go back a second. I think this will be wonderful tactical training.
Yeah.
Let's. Also, some quiet move like bishop e7 might be interesting. Maybe bishop c5 is interesting because something could land on f2. It's just such a rich position. But bishop c5, bishop d1 maybe, and then rook takes c4.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me try to understand why you want to go here. You want to have ideas of queen g3 somewhere?
Rook g8.
Rook g8.
Maybe I'm just trying to see what's legal.
Yeah, you want me to take the pawn.
That and then rook g8 or
g8 and okay, Nepo.
He's gone something instantly.
f6. Yeah.
f6. Okay.
F6 on the board. Okay.
Okay. Now we have to admit that knight takes h7, bishop e7 is getting up there in terms of. What about knight f3? Did we conclude something there?
No, we didn't look at knight f3 much.
I mean, this is not going to get mated at least.
Yes.
So what, knight takes c2, I guess? What else?
I mean, the only other move that I can think of is like e5.
Ah, and just white can't do anything, right?
Yeah.
But then I could go bishop b1.
And like, okay, so the options here for black are either take the bishop and then take the pawn, right?
What do you think of bishop c5?
Just develop, right? Activate the bishop, and you always have those queen g3 ideas landing. Let's just show people like what you're trying to do here when you play a move like that. You basically want something like knight takes, bishop takes.
And I want to just have bishop takes b2.
Yeah, that pawn, but your main idea is this.
Queen g3.
Yeah.
Gold coins.
Yeah, that's it. Hit those pawns using the pin.
Yeah.
And then it's pretty tough for white. So bishop c5 is interesting too. Yeah, no, black still has.
But knight takes c2 was pretty concrete. So knight f3, knight takes c2, rook takes c2, f takes e4.
Yeah, he brought the knight back.
Now let's just see, f takes e4. I have knight d2, and I thought this might be a resource for
white.
For white.
So right now we are down 2 pawns for the exchange.
Yes, but Jan could toss in b3 first as an intermezzo. So just quickly, b3.
Right here.
Because then after f takes e4, you have to go to this ugly square on h2, and then I really have a lot of compensation.
Oh yeah. So like if I go, okay, Jan is playing quickly.
Knight c2. Well, I think he's confident.
Yeah.
He must have seen b3. b3.
And
b3.
yeah, b3. That's a big resource, actually, a big intermediate.
Or bishop takes e4, which attacks the rook and then doesn't permit knight d2. But then I might play rook c2 or rook d2, and I'm exchanging a few things. Because that queen is beautifully placed on h5. If the black rook gets exchanged somewhere, queen e8 is in the air. You know, there's scope for counterplay. So I think b3 looks good here.
Okay, so b3.
You can't go to c3 because then I will just play bishop b4
Take.
somewhere.
Yeah.
I can go rook d2. He's gone bishop takes e4.
Bishop e4.
Maybe b3 rook d2 he didn't like.
b3
rook d2.
Rook
d2.
Ah.
Though I would anyway say that fe4.
Yeah.
Rook takes d8, queen takes d8, and then the queen comes to d4. Bishop comes to c5.
Oh yeah, that looks great.
Things, yeah.
I mean, because in this position you have 2 pawns for the exchange. The knight is not a very good knight. The bishops are quite good. The queen is going to be very active at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and bishop b4 probably is some idea that you want to use somewhere. But he played bishop takes e4 immediately.
I don't know what white should play. On the one hand, you want to play rook
d2?
c2 to c1. But then I'll just play e5, and I wanted to play c3, b takes c3, b3 as well.
How about just rook d2?
Okay, let's try it. Rook d2. I could take it, and knight d2, bishop d5. That's. Oh no, then queen e8 check, queen c8. I don't know. Take,
yes,
knight takes c4. Knight
yeah.
takes c4. No, that doesn't work. Okay.
Yeah, let's
so
show
rook
that.
d2.
So this. This would be a good check for white to make. It would actually win the game because of that. But Ding is, yeah, he's going for rook d2.
Yeah.
So we might see something like that. And here, white would actually be winning this bishop back with a good position, with a winning position. So in that case, what do you want to do?
No,
here?
I don't want to take on d2 then.
You don't want, yeah. So he can play. How about
bishop
c5
c5 or bishop d, or rook d5?
Pawn. Rook d5 really entrenches the rook. That's a nice looking move.
But queen e8, queen c8, rook c1. I don't know. Something might go wrong there.
Yeah. So okay. Bishop d5. Bishop d5. You know, in a way, he might want to keep the rook to kind of guard that square, right?
Oh, bishop d6 is a nice move. Because I'm threatening c3, c2, but I'm also threatening bishop f3 and queen bishop h2 check. Let's try bishop d6. Because you're suddenly asking white. If white now goes rook e d1, I have c3.
Rook e d1 and c3. And basically your pawn is just going forward.
Yes.
What do you think about the move knight d4? Trying to just activate at least something in my position.
That is a good move. One sec. Can I go bishop c5? I don't know if rook takes e4 works. fe4 and then knight e6. That might be very bad for black indeed.
So I'm trying to figure out. So knight e6, what's your plan here?
I thought even just rook d2.
Sack the queen and
Knight c7, bishop f2 check.
And am I losing?
Well, you have to go to h2 or h1, and then I take on e1. Because we go bishop f, king f1, I have bishop d3.
d3, okay.
But
so I gotta go like there.
And then bishop takes e1, and I thought it's not going to end well for you.
Yeah, this is a very powerful bishop here.
But maybe queen e check, I take on c7, and that's your problem.
Yep.
Okay.
So it does look like this one works out for black.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure of anything. This is quite chaotic, but okay, let's go with that for the moment.
So you're not threatening me with checkmate quite yet. Let's see. Okay, like if I try to save my knight.
King a7, I guess.
Yeah.
And queen f7 takes c4, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I can make some sort of a draw.
Yeah, suddenly bishop d6 feels wrong because also.
It just got a little chaotic, right?
Yeah, and knight d4, bishop c5 sounds just a tad relaxed. I mean, rook takes c4 is winning for white because I have knight c6 check as well, besides knight d6.
Besides
so forget it. Let's move on.
Okay.
Rook d2 has happened, and what is? Maybe black simply has to play rook c8 or something.
You know,
or bishop c5. No, bishop c5. I have rook takes d8, rook takes e4, and queen takes c5. That same tactic we had earlier.
Yeah.
The knight takes c6 one. So bishop c5 doesn't work.
So this one definitely is. Wait. And this move, you don't have that.
Rook e1.
Rook e1. And if you take, white takes, and then white kind of gets to the king. So I mean, Ding will be happy with anything like that.
You know, at least white's not losing anymore.
Yeah. So rook d2.
This is harder than it looks, isn't it? So
yeah, he has some options to go through here. And so basically, okay, one of the ideas in the position is
what about
this
c3?
knight would love to come
What
there.
about c3?
Just c3.
I know, but that queen is kind of sidelined there, and if I put the pawn on c2, your knight is not able to come to the relevant square anytime soon.
Yes, that's actually a nice move, right?
Yes.
So rook takes d8, we got to
trade. Takes d8.
And then it's like my pieces are very much cut off on the king side.
Suddenly that queen on h5 doesn't look so great.
Yeah, how am I going to fix this? And then there's a small problem that you're just trying to promote your pawn.
Yes. And bc3, I don't know b3 or bc3, but I would prefer b takes c3.
Well, you know, I gotta. I feel like it's so sad that all you do is like you take that pawn. So I have an idea. Here we go. I take, and then what do you do? b3?
No, bc3.
On b3.
And you're going to go knight d4, yes?
Yes.
I was just wondering, queen takes d4, but you might have queen e8 check and just enough perpetual material, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here I'm still surviving. Okay, I'm kicking a little bit. And then I have this idea. Well, of course it's not going to happen, but it's an idea.
Okay, queen takes d4, rook, queen e8 check. What's the square I'm going to?
A7.
King a7, queen takes f8, and c2, queen e7 it's way more messy than I want it to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can go king b6, king a5, and we can have fun, but I'm not even. Nah,
yeah, you're not threatening to queens. So yeah.
This is hard.
Okay.
What has he done?
Made a move.
Rook d5.
I think
no, bishop d6.
d6.
Oh, but then knight d4 we thought.
Okay, so let's see.
What is he? He's played it very fast as well.
Yeah. Okay, so he avoids the rook trade, keeping the rook on the board to control that square, not let the queen in.
But knight d4, maybe he wants to go just c3 there after knight d4.
And we didn't look at c3. We looked at only at bishop c5. Okay, so c3.
C3, yes.
Okay, but that move requires some accurate calculation, right? Because Well, maybe
as
maybe
in
not too
96
much.
CD2.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's very accurate that you take 2 rooks in a row.
yes,
Gotta calculate.
like checkers, you just,
Yes.
maybe you can take them in one move, like in checkers, but
Okay, so C3, yeah, that must be exactly what Jan is planning. Because yeah, it's a very forcing move, and basically the point is that we don't even have time for this fork because you're just going after my rooks, and then you just take everything.
yeah, and slightly, instead of knight e6, rook d e2, then bishop h2 check collects the knight. So you have to go to d1.
Oh, wow. You just win the knight, yeah.
Yes, so you have to go to d1. Whereupon my idea as well was to play c2 and make you choose. So maybe that is what Jan is aiming for. So rook d1, and then c2. Now, again, your rook cannot wander off the d file, but it cannot go up the d file as well because I have c1. And is it just winning?
Yeah, I mean, you can't move your
should
rook
you start
away.
with bc3 first?
So you're saying if
Bishop
maybe
d6, if knight d4, then c3, yes?
knight d4, c3, take at least.
Yes.
Yes, take so you can
You
open up
take.
some file. Take, you're going to take with
The pawn.
pawn to get a tempo, and so now the rook needs to stay protecting this knight. That's the issue. You still can't. Still doesn't
White doesn't
work.
have any squares on the b file.
Yeah, you cannot use anything to give a check to the king, even though you've opened him up a bit.
Yes.
And this bishop h2 check is really annoying. Ding is down to 12 minutes. Yeah. Rook here. And then I think you said c2, right?
Yes.
Well, if I give up the knight for the pawn, I can just safely resign pretty soon. So
Black's king is still slightly out there, but with 2 bishops, there are no squares to come to.
yeah. And the problem is that on rook c1, there's still bishop h2.
Yes. Okay, let's try in that position that Ding has, Jan has played bishop d6.
Yeah.
Can we go rook d2? But it looks weak.
Rook d2 and
Maybe
still
I just go c3, yes, and then.
Yeah, the problem is
I
like.
say Jan is playing all this pretty well.
Yes.
Calculating well, but that is really his strength, isn't
Yeah.
it? Once he gets to this point, he gets faster. Jan goes faster, not slower. So.
Yeah, his confidence is growing, and yeah, he's played this part of the game really well and really pretty quickly. The problem is that this queen is completely sidelined, and this knight is also sidelined. I mean, you can't even put it here anymore because of bishop h2. And the rooks are doing not much, so the c pawn is free to go, and that's the difficulty of White's position.
Yes.
And this poor queen, yeah, we kind of liked that move until until
we didn't like it.
Yeah, until this point, yeah.
Until we didn't like it.
And yeah, I mean, okay, like so you take, and let's just see what we're supposed to do about this pawn coming down. Yeah. It's so funny that you can't even like try to get your queen back somewhere.
So bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4. I mean, it's completely cut off queen. That's why you don't want your pieces to get stuck in the wrong place on the chessboard. And okay, Ding is still thinking after.
But he's down to how much?
He's down to 10 minutes.
Okay.
And
this
he
one says 14. Okay.
still needs to, yeah, well, approximately. And he still needs to make 15 moves. So we're going to see, I mean, I think the game will, I don't know, do you think he'll make 40 moves in this game? Do you think the game will end before that, or something like could happen that he can even lose on time?
The problem for Ding is Jan's advantage is not only by time, it's also on the board.
Yeah.
So this is going to be.
Yeah, it's really nice. He made the decision to sack the exchange very confidently.
Yes.
Yeah, that didn't take him long, and he just really believed in the compensation of the bishop pair. And it didn't seem like we could have really improved White's play. It's not like we saw Ding make a mistake from that point on. It just seemed like the position was difficult. Yeah. I mean, such a terrible situation to be in, isn't it, Vishy? Your first World Championship match, and as early as game
and you're
2.
losing with white. And
losing with white in this fashion. It's like losing in a specific way under so much pressure and kind of like not really getting, letting your opponent play the kind of game he wants. It just must be like the worst feeling.
Yes.
Yeah, but Jan might be happy after his missed chances yesterday. He might, feel like this was the game that redeemed him.
Yes.
All right, so bishop d6. Let's see what else we can find for white. So we basically said the attempt to put the knight in the center runs into c3, and that is the whole point.
Yes, it is.
And the knight has no time to take the pawn. And even taking doesn't help. And then your knight is vulnerable, always to that check. So can we find anything tricky here? So hard. I mean, okay, hold on. Hold on. I see a move. It fails probably like everything else, but let's just try that.
CD2?
Yeah.
And
I'm giving up a lot.
And bishop c7, and that's it.
Yep, I know. It's your pawn queens anyway. Well, it is tough for white. I'm just, there's lots of ways to lose. The c pawn is very strong. Yeah, and the thing is, he must have really been kind of counting on this move, I think, maybe at least thinking, well, maybe I'll have that.
I mean, it took us a second to think, and then we realized, oh, you don't move the bishop anymore. You just ram the pawn ahead.
Yep.
Because surprisingly, white has no squares that he controls in the c1, b1 area.
So anything else that can be done here? Yeah, c3 is just coming. No, I mean, we really feel the issues with the queen. It's like white is playing without this queen completely.
I was optimistic that the queen going there, opens up possibilities of perpetuals.
Yes.
Winning a few pawns, some counterplay, but suddenly it turns out it's hopelessly misplaced for the actual battle. But then knight c6 is profound. It's his move knight c6. One really has to praise it.
Yeah,
we still didn't conclude about what happens for bishop e3, but
or bishop b1 we were looking at here. So maybe, it's possible that bishop g5 was not the best idea because it basically, by force, led Ding into this position. Once Nepo, decided on this exchange sack, everything was quite forced.
Correct.
Right, and queen h5, you can hardly blame him for that move. Although, in hindsight, let's see, can we come up with anything?
Maybe bishop b1.
Yeah.
Knight b3, there is queen b3, but I don't know if that helps. Because I'll have a pass pawn on b3, potential pass pawn.
What do you think is going on after, knight f3? If I just try to, come back and challenge this knight.
What about knight b3?
Yeah, knight b3. Right, so if I go queen e2, I'm basically just you're gonna take my exchange and I'll be down a pawn.
Correct.
And
you could take on
unfortunately,
b3.
Here,
rook d1.
rook d1, rook d1.
And
maybe. I have 2 rooks for the queen, but of course, I'm gonna lose some pawns.
fe4, rook c4, and then I go queen a5, which keeps some key squares under control.
Rook c4, queen a5.
But you have knight d4.
Well, this looks at least not worse than what he's got right now.
Yes.
This looks better than what he's got.
But maybe Jan would play c3, not f takes c4.
Okay, so we're saying knight here. It's a tough move to make. Compared to queen h5, this felt so natural, so active, But
knight f3. I don't know if bishop h6 works.
Bishop h6, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so if I take your knight, you
I
take
on
my
c1.
rook.
Queen c1, rook d4, ef5, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Wait, let me get this right. Instead of bishop h6, maybe bishop g7 or bishop c5. Bishop c5 might be just good. Because you can hardly take it. And I still have the possibility on knight b3. So
basically, if I take it, you take,
bishop
I'm going to wind
d4
up losing that pawn. And yeah. So even that would have been quite difficult. Yeah, I mean, I don't really.
And
have
Jan
a good
has
answer to
38
that.
minutes, so he's going to have time for everything. But Ding Liren has 15 moves in 4 minutes. In under 4 minutes, so.
Oh man, I mean, I don't think this game is going to.
I think the result is getting more and more clear.
Yeah. Okay, so we tried that. Was there anything else we could do other than knight f3 or queen h5 here? Was there bishop? You were saying bishop b1. Maybe just give back the exchange.
Yes, but knight b3. It's hard to believe that queen takes b3 is going to be that saving resource because the b2 pawn is so weak.
Basically, okay, that was your idea. Take, rook takes, queen, king takes, and well, we're down a pawn, but the main issue though is this pawn, right? It's like the passive bishop, the fact that this is going to be
Yeah,
falling.
you can have all those pawns, but I'll take the b2 one.
Yeah, and then that's what's going to lead you to win, huh? So basically, yeah, this is quite a sad situation where I'm getting like overpowered by these two bishops. So I take.
What about bishop d3 instead of bishop b1? Oh, then queen f4. Yes, that's pretty hopeless as well. Or queen e7, yeah.
Ah, you're talking about here, bishop d3.
Right, but just queen e7 is over.
And then this guy.
Well, even this knight f7 might bother you, but just queen e7 and it's game over, right?
Yeah, you're threatening two pieces. Well, if Ding winds up losing this game, Vishy, what advice do you have for him? I mean, are you going to be coaching him tonight?
He's gone king h1.
Okay.
There's nothing to do. You lick your wounds and you go back and you still got a match. The game's remaining. You do what you have to do. For Jan, it must be great comfort not to be behind in this match.
Yeah.
Because the last one was quite terrible, but I think he knows not to relax. For Ding, you pretend nothing happened. You pretend the match starts day after, and you do what you have. I mean, everyone knows the score, but you keep going. That's all. There's no magic potion.
Like, do you kind of like study the games of, or at least the trajectories of previous World Championship matches to give yourself some inspiration? Like to be like, well, for example, Leko actually started his World Championship match against Kramnik by losing, and with the white pieces. That didn't feel too good, and yet, pretty soon he was leading in that match. With that kind of example, it kind of bolster you psychologically.
Yes, very much. You know that people have done it, but Leko won the 5th game, I think.
Yeah, 5th game.
So you had to play calmly a couple of games. Game 3 as well was an easy draw. It looked like hopeless, but you slowly probe. And if you lose in the end, you lose in the end. But and if it was this 1 point, it's this 1 point. But what else are you going to do? You have to continue going on. He's gone king h1. But now c3. I think c3, c2, bishop a3 or bishop f4 is going to be the key way to go. So let's try c3.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question, though, is like, can he... We rarely see this situation when you've got 2 minutes to make 13 moves and there's no increment. Like, are you physically going to be able to make it? I mean, this is not like some end game, where you're making like obvious moves. So like, I mean, I think there's even a chance like he might lose on time.
Yes. Pretty high chance of losing on time. I mean, after c3, c2, you have to calculate very precise sequences. There we are. He's gone c3 instantly.
c3 is on the board.
Jan is too strong for me to say this, but I feel that with 36 minutes, he shouldn't have blitzed c3. But it's probably not going to matter today. But it's the sort of thing where I think you can take a deep breath, check it, and move on. But hardly a problem. Okay, c2. What is his plan exactly after c2? Queen h6 maybe. But then I just go rook c8. He also has e5 here, by the way, which makes this even worse.
So he needs to kind of stop and think here in this new situation a little bit.
Also, I don't see a defense to bishop f4, threatening c2.
You're even thinking like just playing here right away and just offering up the rook trade.
Yes. If rook d8, queen d8, you can't stop c2 anymore.
Rook d8, queen d8, and okay, the knight's not able to come in anywhere. The queen is completely cut off. I mean, finally she can come here. Just amazing that because you can't use your rook at all, like even the queen entering the game.
Yeah.
It doesn't help you at all.
But e5 looks simple to me. The rook has to go to d1, then I play c2.
Oh, Nepo is ready for his move. He's going
Okay,
c2.
he's playing c2. If queen hits 6, what's he going to do?
Okay, queen h6 probably the only move here.
Oh, bishop a3. I think that'll be simple enough. Rook d8, queen d8, and the next move is going to be queen d1, and what you're going to do. Oh, queen e3.
So queen came back, or can come back.
I think a queen ending can be considered a failure at this point. Let's go back one. Let's back up a bit. Queen hit 6. I mean, my idea is simply that bishop f4, rook d8 check is overloaded.
Yeah.
But let's see if we.
So maybe you should just move this rook away. But then.
Or I could play e5 here. I could play e5 here. I mean, I want to disturb this rook on d4, and it's run out of squares
actually.
actually.
If you go there, then there's like some kind of queen c1, right? Or.
And then there's anyway bishop f4. So,
yeah.
But e5 I think is clinching it because you've just run out of squares for the rook. The rook's trapped on an open board. So.
Wow, Ding is under a minute. I think that very difficult for him to even make the time control.
Queen at 6, and now e5, and it's handshake time.
Okay, so this move might just come up on the board. So basically, you're saying this rook has absolutely nowhere to go in the middle of the board.
No, not a single square. And it can't go to d2 because of c1 queen.
Of the queen. Yeah, that's quite simple. It's true.
Yeah.
That this is a convincing move.
And even if you sack the exchange, there's still bishop a3 coming. So.
Yeah. Wow. So we're expecting, we're expecting e5.
Rook c8 might win as well. You know, it's,
no, but I think
I suspect in this position more than one move is going to win.
But yeah, but once you see e5, you can't really resist a move like that. So Jan is coming back to the board to land the final blow. I'll see how quickly he plays this move. He does look very confident.
I think in this position, sitting on the behind the white pieces, what I would dread the most is my opponent settling in for a 10-minute think.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine? Your world is collapsing, you have no time, and he's sitting and luxuriating. So
yeah,
I'm very impressed by people who can stop themselves. And I mean, Jan is very excited. He's full of. He's very happy with this play so far, everything. But well, this is good self-control. Sitting and thinking now, hauling in the point very steadily.
Well, I think
it's not a position which needs it.
That's two minutes maximum.
Superfluous advice, but e5 might be a way to go.
And I think, I think he'll see this fairly quickly.
I think if he sees e5, he's not going to be able to hold back, is he?
Yeah. e5, rook d2, and just queen. And that's kind of it. Yeah. Well, I think that's maybe the intrigue still left in the game, is like how long will it take him to play this move? So, what do you think, Vishy? Like it was I said 2 minutes. So let's say 31 minutes. Like he'll have played it by then. Do you want to take the other side of that bet? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
He resigned.
That was it. So what was the final move? It was e5. Yeah, beautiful way to finish the game. Wow. So Ding, was on his way to losing on time, but also losing on the board, and Nepo gets the first win of the match with the black pieces in a really beautiful game that perfectly exemplified his strengths.
Very much, and I think with hindsight, Ding looks certainly very shaky, because even yesterday, as he himself mentioned, he's not feeling too happy, and then this happens. So he'll need to take the rest day and calm down.
Yeah,
nothing to be done. But you have to get on with it. I mean, you've also played matches. You go ahead sometimes, you go behind sometimes, but you got to, to win, you have to turn up. Isn't that what they say? So you'll have to turn up.
I think at this point, he can
29
definitely.
moves is very.
Yeah, I
very
think
crushing.
he can console himself with the fact that at least there is a rest day tomorrow. I think that is important.
Perhaps he actually needs this rest day.
Yeah.
To compose himself.
So let's go to some key moments of this game as we await the press conference. It's going to start in a couple of minutes, guys. let's see, Vishy, do you want to walk us through it and point out what we found in this game? So I think this is, yeah, it starts from here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fascinating game. I mean, we enjoyed analyzing it, and we got lost in the thicket of variations.
C4, E6. Knight of 3.
So the key opening idea was H3. This turned out to have a consequence. It's a very interesting way of playing chess, which is you make a move, and then suddenly your opponent has to consider in every line what implication this move instead of some other move had. So,
so yeah, let's just make it clear that H3 is not like mainline theory by any stretch of the imagination. It's like very much an offbeat thing that Ding tried, very experimental, and it elicited a smile from Nepo as he was just like, wow, in this position, H3, instead of like developing, you know, the knight to C3, or at least like a pawn to E3, you're moving a side pawn. So Nepo was certainly surprised by that, and he spent a lot of time in the early part of the game deciding what kind of position he wanted to go for.
Yes. So he played d takes c4, switching it to a queen's gambit accepted. And here we got, so they played the next few moves are queen's gambit style, all well known. Knight c6, knight c3, b5, bishop d3, bishop b7. Now Ding Liren went for a4, b4, knight e4. Now this has some history. Putting the rook on e1 and the pawn on h2, this was played by Ding Liren against Levon Aronian. What should I scroll up to?
I think it's, I think you know what it is? I know what it is. We just want to have you, there you go. We fixed it. It was a half of an inch that we needed to scroll up so that the viewers can see the board better.
Okay. And
yeah, this was the big moment.
He went knight a5. And with the rook on e1, we will see that, in fact, it seems that with h3, knight f6 is a mistake, and we'll come to that in a second. Gf6, e4, c4. So if we compare to with the rook on e1 and the pawn on h2, white would have bishop f1, which would be a very good move. The press conference is going to start, so I think we will think. But for me, this is the crucial moment of the game, because the bishop, instead of going to this lovely square in f1, had to find its way to c2. And after that, it became a sort of Mehran, where black had very good possibilities, and white's pieces never quite got out of it. There were a lot of details, but we'll go to the press conference. I'm sure they will shed some light on that.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, guys, for game 3. Oh, not tomorrow, in 2 days for game 3.
Yeah.
Press. So my first question is to Jan. When have you realized that this was your game?
You mean my game, like it was like good for me, or I played
Yeah,
this
that
before?
you were winning, actually.
Well, I'd say after I played a5, it's clearly very, very shaky for white. So if like white has something, it might be d5 or I don't know. It looks ugly, and then the position more or less plays itself. So I don't know. So I just furl the pieces like in the center, and yeah, it was enough.
Thank you. Ding, what is your overall feeling after the game? Please start the microphone as well.
Yeah, of course, to lose like this way is the way that I cannot understand what was happening. But after I filed the position, it's very difficult for me, and then he played a very nice move, knight c6, which I missed nearly everything in the game.
Did you feel better today during the game compared to the first round?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Thank you. And Jan, there was the move H3 on fourth, and we have seen your reaction, a little bit smile as well on the face. Can you please describe the first emotions you saw that move?
Well, I had some feeling that maybe it's some influence of Richard. It's a little bit like these tricky moves which without like some direct idea, but you know, it turned to be like very, very venomous because, well, basically after d takes e4 I can get one tempi up, queen's gambit accepted. And then I just didn't know, so I just decided to go to position which was, I'd say in my prep from another move order, but with the pawn on h3. And yeah, I mean, I'm not sure so if this move is good or bad, but maybe it just changes nothing, yeah, but in the end, I think Ding got like a well-known position, but having like this h3 like tempi up, yeah, so finally it worked. Yeah, so it clearly has its own idea.
Thank you. And Ding, can you please tell us the idea you had when you played move h3?
Yeah, this is just a move that are very rare, and actually I know a lot of ideas after h3, but today the game was a disaster, and the idea was a good environment of my seconds. I just didn't play it very well.
The idea was of your second, okay. Well, thank you very much. I think now it's time to go to the press. Just want to remind everyone that please introduce yourself and the company, and also in case if you want to ask the question in Russian, please do. We do have translator and it will be translated. Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. Congratulations, molodets. This has been a long time coming. Your first win in a world championship. I'm curious, when you turn on your phone, who you think the first congratulations will be from?
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it took a while, like, I guess it's like 13th game in a row, yeah. So at last. But yeah, I guess, yeah, some friends, my parents or something, yeah. But I'm trying to be, less active on socials and on the phone, yeah, like just trying to focus on the event.
I know it's your 13th game, and Kasparov, he was the 13th world champion. Do you take any significance in the number 13?
No.
Okay, thank you. Please, intro, please.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. For Liren, can you explain why did you spend so much time in your room instead of at the stage, even when it was your move? And for Ian, what do you think about the image of an empty chess board with no players when a world championship game is going on? Is that good for chess, a good image?
Well, thinking in the restroom, it reminds me of a day when I was playing online. Also, yeah, but it's totally different, like thinking over the board. I come to the board only during the time trouble, but it was too late.
So you would say that you find it more comfortable nowadays to play online rather than to...
I don't know.
All right. Do we have more questions?
Yeah, I'd say I can only agree. So it pretty much reminds me of like this COVID online times. Yes, or maybe some correspondence. But jokes aside, I mean, I guess if it's comfortable to think in the room, it's comfortable to think in the room. Yeah, I don't think there should be some restrictions. So I can recall myself like spending quite some time in the room, like in Dubai. But that's mainly because I was eating a lot, yeah.
You were eating?
Yeah, I mean back
Okay.
then, yeah, back then.
Okay.
So had a lot of snacks, yeah.
Okay.
So I couldn't part my ways with my snacks.
Okay.
Mike Cly with chess.com again. Since there was a discussion of online chess, Jan, will you be playing one title Tuesday tomorrow or both?
I won't tell you. Yeah. So let it be a secret.
Thank you. We also bring the questions from Twitter, so everyone can just ask the questions, and we're gonna bring it here. So we have Jesse here with us, and please, Jesse, go ahead, ask the question.
Hi, Jesse February here. I have some questions from Twitter. Edelson asks a question for Nepo. Did you think of rapport at all after Ding played the move H3?
Sorry, think of what? Of
Rapport?
Yeah. Well, I have said this before already. Yeah, but actually, I can say that when it was H3 on the board, I mean, normally you know which side of the board the move is being played. So I started recording G3, and then I checked the position, and it was not G3. Yeah, so. Yeah, but I thought that maybe it could be some influence from Richard, but yeah, I've said this before. But I would say the move is, I mean, quite normal.
All right, my next question is for Ding, and it's from John. How much attention is the match getting in China, and do you ever get recognized in the public?
Do you want to repeat the question?
Yeah, there are a lot of people following this tournament from online or on televisions in China. Yeah, sometimes I will be recognized even in the park. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And one from Maria for both of you. What does your preparation consist of besides chess? For example, physical activity, working on your psyche?
This is the question for both players, I guess. Maybe Jan, you can go first.
Yeah, just quite usual. Yeah, like some fitness, some walking, some I don't know, like watching, some series and something. Yeah, like so just also trying not to let my head overheat.
Thank you. Think.
Analyzing and playing some games with my second. Something like this.
Sure.
Okay.
And perhaps I ask one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. If you weren't a chess player, which profession, career path would you have followed instead? For both of you.
Well, no idea. So I have some sort of teacher's dynasty here in my family. So yeah, perhaps would be a teacher in a school.
How about you, Ding? If not chess player, what would be your profession?
My profession?
Still chess player, I guess.
It's hard to say.
All right, that's fine. Talking about the family, Jan, we know that Ding has your family and supporting. Is someone from your family is supporting you, is here, or plans to come here and support you?
Well, surely, like they're following the games, yeah, and we're in contact, and yeah, maybe they'll also come later, but I guess we'll see.
Okay. Do we have more questions in the press? Okay, we have.
Hi, it's a question for Jan from the commentary team. During the game, were you aware that there was a blitz game, Ding versus Aronian, that was like very similar to your game, but instead of the pawn being on H3, there was a rook on E1?
I'm not sure. Well, I think I was just trying to, remember my prep, which is, I mean, yeah, this is free as extra move, but I wasn't sure like if it's good or bad. But surely it's not bad. But strangely enough, for this particular position, maybe it's even a weakening. Yeah, so maybe if opponent h2, like this initiative on the g, so dangerous. But also h3 has its own benefits. So I wasn't sure like if I'm still in my book. But yeah, even with this small detail.
Thank you. And a question for Ding. Like, you thought for a long time before taking on f6, and did the move g takes f6 surprise you? Were you expecting queen takes f6 more?
Yeah, I only expected queen f6, and I was preparing to play e4, and bishop g5, e5, like this. Yeah, g takes f6 came like totally surprised, and then yeah, I couldn't find a good way to put my pieces.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions from the press?
Да, если можно, вопрос на русском. Вопрос к обоим претендентам. Завтра у вас свободный день. Будете ли вы анализировать прошедшую партию, обдумывать следующие партии, готовиться, или это будет день целиком без шахмат?
So, a question for both players. Tomorrow you're going to have a free day, enjoy a free day. So, like, how are you going to spend this day? Are you going to debrief, to analyze today's game, or just spend your day absolutely without chess?
Jan?
Ну, целиком без шахмат очень сложно представить, но, наверное, можно будет чуть побольше поспать. Вот, и, в принципе, а так всегда одинаковое расписание на турнирах, на матче, да, то есть отдохнуть, потом готовиться и повторять.
Well, it's difficult for me. I find it difficult to imagine an absolutely chess-free day. Of course, I'm planning to grab some more sleep, but generally I'm going to follow a standard routine. Just relax and continue the preparations.
Thank you. And Ding? How about your
rest day is a good way to recover from this tough lose.
请再说一遍。
Having a rest day is a good way to recover from this tough lose.
Да, конечно, когда выдается день отдыха, то это хороший такой способ отдохнуть и восстановиться.
И если можно еще один вопрос. Если не секрет, чем вы предпочитаете подкреплять свои силы во время матча из еды? То есть вы потребляете какие-то углеводы для работы головного мозга? И вообще, много ли, так сказать, просыпается ли у вас аппетит во время матча, или наоборот, вы предпочитаете воздерживаться от пищи?
Okay, another question for both players. During the match, while you're playing, how do you? So what is it you eat? Do you eat carbohydrates to strengthen, to reinforce your brain, or just you prefer abstaining from eating foods?
Ну, в комнате отдыха там есть какие-то легкие закуски, там, я не знаю, бананы, орешки, что-то такое. Вот, ну, да, иногда как бы хочется что-то как-то перекусить, ну так. Можно играть совсем без еды, но это так, чуть сложнее.
Но не бифштекс, да?
Well, of course, in the relaxation room, there are some light snacks like nuts or bananas. Yeah, I do sometimes want something to grab a bite to eat. Well, but to play absolutely without any food is difficult.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ding, what about you?
Also eating some bananas, but most of the time I was watching at the games, the positions, see what will be the next move.
Да, ну, иногда бывает, перехватишь там банан, допустим, но чаще всего, конечно, предпочитаю все свое внимание уделить на то, чтобы смотреть, следить за игрой, анализировать позицию и размышлять о следующем ходе.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question, please, Mike.
MikeKleinChess.com, my final question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Due to the Chessable sponsorship, I'm in the very strange position of making your first move in round 3. You've made more than 600 moves in World Championship play, but it will be my first, so what advice do you have for me?
Yeah, it's player's choice, yeah. So it's up to you.
Thanks.
Another question?
Okay, one more question from the commentary team to Jan. When you played knight c6 at the end of the game, you know that like then there was bishop g5 and the exchange sack. What other moves did you consider other than knight c6?
Well, I thought like f6 is the move surely with idea like queen g7. But I don't know. So I guess all my pieces are more or less all right. So like only the knight is not as let's say as sharp, and it's like quite direct. Yeah, I guess. So like I attack d4 pawn. So let's say d5 never. I mean, maybe it works, but it's like it's never a problem. So d5 I get this pawn center. So I think it was f6 and knight c6, but knight c6, I mean, it's like the position once again plays itself. So like bishop g5, I mean, it's more or less question of culture. Yeah, so you just chop and you chop and I don't know.
And what were you planning on, like knight c6, bishop b1? Is there?
I guess knight takes d4.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Do I blunder something or what? Okay.
Thank you. Talking about the chess here, Jan, watching you from the side, you seemed pleased before you captured the bishop on g5. Did you consider your move, rook sacrifice, that it was final blow in the game, or you still thought that it was still long to go?
Well, I mean, once I played f5 at knight c6, and I can take on d4, I mean, I guess was more or less I was more or less forced like to continue. So, well, it looks like might be not so bad for white, but I mean, in fact, this f6 is a nice touch here. So after f6, you just win a second pawn, and just like this pawn on c4 is running quite fast here. So I don't know. It looks like it should be okay, but I mean. I try not to, let's say, celebrate too early, yeah, like, so it's surely was very, very promising, but I guess only after playing bishop d6 I thought it's finally over, because c3 and c2 is inevitable.
Thank you. And Ding, which move do you think that was the crucial in this game for you?
Yeah, f5. I think f5 is a brilliant move. After that, I nearly lost. And maybe I should take on c5 instead of f6. Yeah. But this also looks equal, drawish.
Was that the move you thought the most in the game, to capture on f6?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on this move, but it turns out to be not good.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions in the press? I don't. Yeah, I think we're good. So today's press conference is done. Tomorrow, players gonna have the rest day. So wish them the happy rest day, and the tournament will resume the other day. Bye.
You know, like in this Kung Fu Panda cartoon, yeah, like there is no secret ingredient in my soup, yeah, so I tried like not to put in any secret ingredients. So that's probably the only trick. When I was a small kid, I think I was studying Kazakhstan's games, first of all, the first ever Russian world champion. Okay, I haven't played for half a year, and yeah, I think just not playing too much, yeah, is a good way to get hungry. I think previously, when computers were not so strong, yeah, it was really important, like to have like so many guys who can work simultaneously. But now I think if you have more or less nice engine, you get the result. Like you hit the space bar and you get the result. Like the amount of work one player can do is tremendously bigger than before. And yeah, okay, I have my own experience, quite a bitter one, but yeah, it's still an experience, so maybe that's least